Sorry, it's making tea noises. Perfect. Okay, let's continue. Okay, so for today, we're gonna hopefully finish the expansion on the Spiffos. Mhm. All the rip sheets I have right now, pretty much. Can you use denim for this? I don't know. Nope. At least I don't think you can. You might be able to. If I drop all this on the ground. Says I still have 4 rags on me? What? I don't. So maybe denim does count. Wait, doing? I should come down here and grab a bunch of clothes. Oh, hello. In a second. I'll just keep all the traps together, it's easier. Hello. I remember the bird traps working differently than the rabbit traps. No, you could have them closer to your base, but I don't really remember. Chances are we're still gonna have to go to the fishing area to fish for a while, but Oops. The one sucky part about high levels of agony is that I can't really fight at all, not even a little bit. How many walls of this is there? It's a few walls worth. But we're gonna have to go to bed. Basically, we spent the entire in-game day ruining our character's stamina and arms. To be able to... It should be enough pain, maybe, for it to come down. One more tear. For panic to go away. Oh, yeah, it's fun. It's one of those things though that it's not necessarily about who's in front. It's a marathon, so you know, it's a marathon, not a sprint. And there are folks that are way ahead of me, like far ahead. The current front runners of the rat race are Twist on Fire and Shivas. They're both in the 200 to 300k range, if I remember right. It's like 300,000 kills, which is considerable. But you got to remember that those playthroughs have been going for months in real life, so that's why. But it's not less about just the challenge itself and more about the journey and the fun and the community working together kind of thing. And it's neat. It's almost like playing multiplayer but not kind of. But best of luck to you in your rat race. Hopefully you get far and you achieve all the goals that you set for yourself. Currently, I am upgrading my Spiffo's area for being a central base of operations. Because it's not a bad location. I feel like it's a fairly okay location. Although, like, I mean, there are some things that this place lacks. Like, it doesn't have a direct like source of water aside from these two or few locations here and there. It's not a bad spot though to stage from. That so to our eventual like area. So I like this place. There we go. Although we did just run out of water, so we're probably gonna have to go and stock up. That said, though, we're actually almost like I still need to adjust a few things. And then we'll go fishing, is the plan. There we go. Just gonna drop these here for now. We want to start these ones here and there. Still need more rip sheets for this side. There we go. I think we'll go and get some food here in a short while. We'll get our weight back up. Okay, so we've got the Spiffos under, like, I want to say we're nearly 50% on the wall, maybe, around the Spiffos. Clearly something in that area that causes a problem. I wonder if it's an event that's going off that's not working right, and that's why it freezes every time. No, it's way too big. But now, this fish is too big. Well, this fish is too big. Hopefully you're having a good day. I'm having a good day. My progress is going well. We finished a little bit more of the Spiffo's wall around so we're doing good on that. We just need to break off for some fishing. Mhm. Uh, Last but not least. Set that up. They need to finish off regularity on sit-ups and then burpees, and then we can just start mainlining push-ups non-stop again. Doesn't matter because they're gonna go bad anyway, so I might as well just eat them in full flank for the moment, anyways. We actually should be close to the next level of strength. Night night. He's lacking a wizard hat. That's true. We should get him a wizard hat at some point. He also enjoyed his cowboy outfit for a while, and that's kind of what I want to put him in this playthrough. I want to put him in a cowboy outfit that he makes himself, but later. So like we're gonna do the full-on tailoring experience of getting together a leather gear that he makes, like he himself creates, like full-on. Yeah, that's the kind of sort of smaller goal that we'll hit eventually. I don't need to worry too much about it though, because right now we're right now in the process of there we go. Doing the workout thing. And we're 8,000 XP away from level 7 strength. Or sorry, yeah, level 7 strength. I think we'll be able to hit it within this session of weight gain. So we'll be able to be level 7 strength, and that'll help out on muscle strain by quite a bit. We've already been doing fairly well because we're stout, so we're level 6. Basically, the only thing that's holding us back is our skills in the weapons, our weapon skill. But that's slowly coming off as we get stronger and stronger with the weapons. Like we're already almost level four, like level 3, level 4 short blade. We're level 4 axes. I've been kind of spreading us across the weapons because well, first I didn't have the means to use any one particular weapon. Basically, I was stuck bouncing between weapons for a little while. Now I get a lot more choice. I can actually choose which weapons I want to use. And as a result, we'll be able to probably push forward towards, once we're level 5 in all the weapon skills, there isn't really much holding us back because we could just choose to level whatever we want at that point in terms of weapons. And that's a nice luxury to have going forward, because not like trying to make a perfect character, if you're trying to make a perfect character, those first few skill levels are really, really painful. Now, in saying that, it's probably better to have maxed passive stats before you decide to do this. It slows me down essentially by spreading myself like that, but it's fine. Like I was mentioning earlier, it's a marathon, not a sprint, and I can kind of play in any which way I want, right? There's nothing really holding us back in that regard. And once you have high level fitness and high level strength, it covers the like half of the needs for the muscle strain. Okay, we need to go inside now before the pain kicks in. Yeah, we were 0 to hero, so 0, 0, 0 on fitness and strength, and then we were also slow metabolism, so we were overweight to start, which actually kind of helped us in a way. And it's lowering some things, but it's still like it's still ridiculous. The amount of calories that we have to intake in order to maintain our weight is ludicrous. If this character had a glandular disorder, there would be no like it wouldn't work this way. It's still silly amounts of calories required. In all honesty, it would be the same amount of calories, but you would just keep the weight. So it wouldn't be calorie difference. It would be you're not losing weight as easily. So it would affect the weight value number, not the calories. Which, but once again, that's being very, very nitpicky. The nutrition system's not working as intended, I don't think. Let's see. It's minus 14. Six hours left at the fire. I don't think the PZ nutrition system is particularly like, there should be ways to maintain your weight better, like so that you don't have to like as aggressively play into this system, because right now think about it like this: I have to uproot everything that I'm doing for the calorie system immediately. upon reaching certain points. Otherwise, I suffer a debuff. I still feel like a way that you could do it is that if you gave the cooking system buffs for maintaining proper meals, like if you're actually cooking your meals and there's some variants and stuff like that, so kind of like Vintage Story in a way, you get buffs, and then there would be debuffs if you choose to not do that. Maybe even global debuffs. We was talking about this with Red at one point, and then he mentioned it just recently again, which... But that's what I would do, is that I would add a buff system to cooking and a buff system if you decide to not. Like if you decide you get some debuffs. That would balance out the food systems just a little bit, and that would then help the nutrition. The calorie system itself is kind of eh. Because uh, something else that's kind of annoying is the calorie system and the weight system. So this number right here doesn't have anything to do, nothing to do with the Moodle. They're completely separate. The Moodle is just your want to eat, while the calorie system and this is your need to eat. You need to maintain this. That's your want. And what's funny is you can actually get so want to eat that your character starts losing health, which is weird a little bit. It's a strange thing, right? And losing stats. It's the systems need to interact better is what I'm getting at. Is that those two systems, they don't interact properly. And as a whole, these systems don't really work. It's similar to farming right now. Farming doesn't really work, right? Because it's like, first off, its values are way too high, and then it's but that can be fixed with like greenhouses and you know, like, so there are ways to fix it. That and NPCs, like if they added NPCs to take care of your farm, although that's what they would become farm bots, but you know, go. I thought I was still holding the fishing rod for some reason. I was like, wait, what? Wait. Thank you for wellness. Fireworks. Roughly 4,000 XP left. Can you show the channel blocks options? Yeah, exclamation point settings. And it's in a little video that you can watch. So like this. How I get a lot of XP? Oh, because the passive stats don't matter in terms of XP loss in the overall settings. So there's certain skills that that don't get affected by the debuff for the XP. The passive skills are one of them. So these two skills right here, fitness and strength, you get +4. What do you mean? I'm confused. You mean +4 on this? So I get 4 sometimes, but 9 other times because it's you're talking about 7 strength. It's because I'm doing push-ups, but I also am eating a protein diet. So I'm min-maxing my meals to increase the XP gains. That would be why. Fish is a good protein diet. so you get an extra little bit. But I'm also speeding up time, so it's combining the stuff. So if I were to not speed up time, here, I'll show you. Each push-up does 4.8. Not and the 0.8 is because like I said, I'm eating a protein diet. Protein diet gets me a little bit more. Not a bot message. Those are the settings for the rat race. Those are my settings that I'm using right now. I can't just open up my settings and show you unless I exit the game, and that's a little bit annoying. Which I mean, I can do, I guess, if you're that adamant, but I'd have to actually like go here. It gets me 4.8. No, so the reason why I was getting +9 was because I was speeding up time. That's why, and it was combining the totals on the old school RuneScape mod. So it had nothing to. I get 4.8 per push-up. And that's because of fishing, so eating the protein, gaining the extra little bit of XP. But like I said, so I'll show you my rat race settings. They are the same as everyone else. Rune XP doesn't work with summaries? What do you mean? It works, it'll combine totals, and I can prove that it combines totals based on fast forwarding. But here, I'll show you my settings. I don't... My settings are... Oh, 1 second, that's mods. I don't... Great Spiffo Rat Race. The thing that you're claiming is my XP values, 0.8. See? But that doesn't... So, this doesn't affect fitness and strength. At least as far as I'm aware. If it does, then I'd be surprised. But generally speaking, at least in build 41, it never used to affect fitness and strength. Those were the two that were kind of pushed away from all the other stuff. But, yeah. You're not asking for the save config, but the one that I'm playing. This is the one that I'm playing. You want me to like load up sandbox options and then show you from the files? Like that's a little bit excessive, but I mean, I'm not against the idea. It's just, it's like, why though? Yes, please load up sandbox options. Okay, like, I mean, this is, you realize that you're like literally cutting right into the center of my, like, I'm busy playing, right? And yeah, it's kind of dumb, but like I said, I don't care. I would show my settings. It doesn't bother me. It's just it's weird. You're trying to figure out how it's possible? I just explained how it's possible. Rune XP does combine totals, and I can prove it. Here, I'll show you. I'll show you with using reloading as an example. So, here, really quickly. So watch. If I fast forward while reloading, look, see? 1.49, right? How did I get 1.49 when each bullet only gives me 0.47? Or, sorry, 0.74. Because 0.74 plus 0.74 is going to equate out to the same, like, plus. It adds it together. Do you see? When character becomes not weak trait, it gives more XP. Not that I know of. I don't know. I'm not sure. This is like weird to me. Like that I'm. You can imagine that this is breaking my flow just a little bit because it's like, what? You're curious on how you're questioning my settings, which is fine. I mean, I can understand. You're not the first person to question my settings. I've had a lot of folks that come forward and be like, "Oh, well, how exactly are you able to survive for so long?" Well, I played the game for thousands of hours. That's how. But yeah, Rune XP does combine totals, and like I said just a second ago, if I go into push-ups, but you want me to load sandbox options and show you. The problem with me wanting to load sandbox options is sometimes when you load sandbox options, it can reset stuff back to default. So what I'm going to do is, do I even have sandbox options downloaded? Sandbox. Yeah, I do, yeah. Okay. You want to see my settings directly. Where is it? 007. Make a backup? So just copy the file and over? I mean, I can. Here, give me 2 seconds to copy it. Where is it? I don't know why this. Yeah, I don't understand why you care so much about it. But at the same time, I don't care myself in that sense. Like, I'll prove that my settings are accurate. This PC. I just find it strange. And my flow's already been interrupted, so, you know. This PC. Desktop. There we go. Saves. Which one would it be under? Sandbox, I think. Copy. You noticed a difference in leveling strength. Yeah, there's going to be a difference, though. Because my character is now stout. So that plays into it. My character is getting 4.8 per push-up. And I'm doing push-ups with max regularity. Do you have the same parameters? Like, are you stout? Do you have fitness level 5? Like, I don't know. It's just strange. And then I'm using the same settings, like the exact same settings, but I'll do a duplicate file and show. I've explained the difference, but I mean, fitness level 5, strength is level 4. Yeah, so get to level 5 strength, and you'll see maybe a slight increase in your strength. But once again, like I said, you've already made the argument that I'm not using the same settings as the rat race, which is a false argument that I'm going to prove right now. Doesn't bother me to prove it. It's just it's already this is understandably annoying. So I'm just waiting for the file to copy over. It's 70%. No, it's you look, you're apologizing, but at the same time, you questioned the settings to begin with. So sorry, not sorry. You know what I mean? It's rather annoying. There's wander in and break somebody's flow. Okay, there we go. Duplicated files. Load, copy, more. Choose mods, sandbox options, accept. Play. I don't know. It's just... Because if I was going to not play the rat race settings, there would be no point. Like, do you understand? There'd be no point. No point. I don't even know if sandbox options is going to show the right settings, but we'll see. Because I don't know how this build 42 sandbox options works. Like, and you can go back and watch my entire playthrough, kind of, up to a certain point. I still gotta upload. Sandbox options. Where is it? Character? 0.8 global modifier. Checked. So there you go. Ta-da! I don't know why you need this. This is the same as this. And it's the same as the settings I just showed you earlier. They're exactly the same. Why would I take them any different? It'd just be silly. Probably should have done this throughout the whole of this. Who are using special modded shoes? Like who? Because then they'd be disqualified from the rat race. That's how that works. You're not allowed to use special modded shoes. You're not allowed to use special modded anything that's unless it's like been approved. Yeah, and I'm one of the people who's on the leaderboard team. Like, I'm on the leaderboard team. And arguably, a lot of the folks have claimed that I, like, there's a lot of folks that say that I'm one of the folks that took over the rat race. Like, I'm one of the head moderators. But I wouldn't claim that myself. I'd be like, yeah, we're part of a panel. Like, we're a group. But yeah, I'm one of the people that helps maintain and does all that stuff. When Lamprey stepped down, we stepped in. Anyways, like I said, if they're not listed in the leaderboard and they have less than 5 kills, then they're not doing the rat race. Like they may be doing the rat race for fun, but they're not doing the leaderboard portion of it, which means they can do whatever they want. They can play whatever they want. That's the fun of Zomboid. No problem. It's just you can imagine being a bit irked that my like because my you asked for something ridiculously specific, and it's annoying to kind of break me out of the game in order to do that. But once again, as proven, I don't. It doesn't like I'm using the right settings. Like of course I'm using the right settings. But yeah, those folks aren't doing the rat race as far as I'm aware. Like if they're not on the leaderboard, and or if they're posting it and like sharing with the rat race, being like, hey, this is how my run's going. Mine's sort of rat race adjacent. That's cool. We appreciate that. But once again, if they're not following the rules, they're not going to be included in the rat race. That's how it works. Thank you for the follow, by the way. My follows are anonymous, so people can enjoy their lurk. But yes. Yeah. Yeah, I agree with what Queen said. With what Moon Queen said. Apologies are backhanded when you completely ignore what everybody is saying. But here, once again, I can show the because I've been speeding up time, and that's why old school RuneScape will combine totals if it's like if the time is being sort of processed forward. But here, I'll show again. We get 4.8 per push-up. So that's because we have, I guess it's because we're stout and because I'm eating a protein diet. There's an exploit using special things during way to 5k kills with the special shoes off mod. I don't know what you mean. Because there's no special shoes off mod that I know of. And if somebody were to try and post a 5k kill count and I found out about that, they would be disqualified from the rat race. They would just be taken off the leaderboard. And they would not be included in the historical section of the leaderboard. So, I mean, if that were to come to pass, somebody would have to let us know. And if that's the case, I mean, that's the case. But chances are, it sounds to me like that there are people that are not, if they're not following the rules, then we'll find out about it. That's what happens. There have come into question several types of runs in the rat race, and we've taken them case by case basis. And that's how we have to do it. Because sometimes there are some folks that have tried it, like they bring forward proof, and it's like, but it's not 100%, right? So like there's certain aspects, and yeah, I'm a saint. I'm not gonna ban them because they have questions and because they're a little bit strange. I'll answer their questions and then pat them on the head and send them on their way, with the warning that like you broke my flow. It's not nice to break people's flow. Flow is important. It's how somebody can, all those really cool plays that you see, the really really cool ones in video games, and the cool movements you see in movies and stuff like that. That's because of flow. The flow of somebody. right? It's because they've entered a state where they don't need to think about their actions as critically, and they can just kind of move from one action to the next action based on their experiences and then what they're capable of doing, right? So they're putting maybe their full brain into it, kind of deal, right? But breaking somebody's flow, it makes it harder for folks, right? Thankfully, though, I'm not doing anything that's particularly flow required at the moment. But to be honest, this person isn't the first person to question, like, how is it possible that you've done such and such? And it's not just me. There's a lot of zomboiders that have the same thing, like Twist, Shivas. I've seen people talking to them and be like, how is it possible that you could get to 300k kills? You know, and their answers are almost all identical to mine. One zombie at a time. Well, yeah, banning them would just get result in them wandering off, thinking I'm some kind of like super cheater, which is not useful. I'd rather them see the settings the way they want and then be on their way if they really want to leave, or they can stick around if they want to. Doesn't matter. But that sandbox options thing, it's the same as the regular sandbox options. There's no major differences. That's why I was like, the settings menu is correct. It's the same. Because why would I take the time to edit my save file? It doesn't make sense. People would be able to add that up. There's lots of little things that exist in a Zomboid run that would give away that your save file has been augmented. So let's say you were trying to go for the million kills and all of that. The goals are for fun as it is. So it's a sandbox game. It's all of these goals are and objectives are for fun. So they're none of them are meant to be taken super duper ultra sweatily serious. But that's why they're changing the XP. I've already explained that it's not changing the XP by as much as you think it is, because you said that it was +9 when it's not. It's plus 4.8, which is comparative to your 4.6, but you said that you were still level 4 strength. So I already explained in great detail how I got the extra point too. It's like I don't know how to explain it in any more detail than I did. Did I not do a good job at explaining it? If I didn't and I'm not clear, and or if English is not your primary language, if you speak other languages as your first language, maybe that's the reason. Are you having a language barrier? If that's the case, then I mean, I'm not sure how I would, but I'm sure there's somebody else here who can maybe speak a language that you can speak. I lost you and Lath came into it. Okay, so to put it very plainly, um, the I have extra XP that gives me extra skills. So see, we're stout because we're level 6 strength, right? That makes sense, right? Without math, I'm level 6 strength, so I get the trait stout. I don't have the trait weak anymore because I'm not level 4 strength. So because we're stronger, we're getting more total XP. Combine that with the protein bonus that you get from eating fish. Fish gives you protein. Protein gives you more XP. So without numbers, that those are the two reasons why I'm getting a little bit of extra XP. But it's not as much as they were saying it was. They said it was +9 because Rune XP, if you look at the top here, Rune XP was combining the numbers because I was speeding up time. So here, I'll show it again just to compare. But so if you see, I'm speeding up time. It says 0.96, right? Or 9.6 up here, right? 9.6. right? Now, if we rest, and I go at regular speed instead, you're going to notice that it is a consecutive bunch of 4.8s. Because, like I said before, Rune XP, the mod, will take the numbers that it sees and combine them if they're bigger. Or if they're the part of the same stat value. You can even see the same thing here if you were to hover over this, and then you would have to keep hovering because every time you hover over this, it locks the number so that you can look at it. So you'd have to keep changing it. So see, 87.2, 96.8, 11.19. Yeah. Anyways. What I'm saying is that I'm a higher level, and that is why. Yeah, sure. That simplifies it. And you'll get the 4.8 once you get a little bit higher level, so long as you're eating the protein diet as well. Like, obviously, the only reason I'm doing this is just so that I can gain a little weight. I don't care to do exercise at this stage because you get more total value out of attacking zombies. That's the honest truth. The zombies give you more total XP. I'll put it like this: I gained about 10,000 XP, gaining weight here, right at the shore here, right. Well, I went out, killed zombies for a little while, came back. I had 20k XP gained in both fitness and strength, and weapon skill and maintenance, and a little bit of nimble. Not 20k in all of them, but I had a little bit of weapon skill gained, nimble skill gained. That's the thing. Attacking zombies after you're like level 5 fitness, level 5 strength, is just objectively better because you get a lot more value out of it. You get fitness XP, you get strength XP, you get nimble XP, you get maintenance XP, you get your weapon skill XP. It's better to attack the zombies at the end of the day. Once you're past a certain level of fitness and strength. The only difference that slows it down specifically for build 42 is the muscle strain, which is played into by what level your weapon is and what level your strength's at. Hopefully I'm being clear though. That's one of the things that I was worried about in the back end of it, was that I'm not going to be clear enough, especially if somebody doesn't speak English, because I can't just expect everyone to speak English. As much as that would be, it's easier, and I speak English in my channel, obviously, and it's hard, right? But yeah, if I wanted to cheat in the rat race, there are a multitude of ways I could cheat that would be a lot harder to catch than adjusting my strength XP ever so slightly. There'd just be no point in it. Why would there wouldn't be a point in it? The whole point is to enjoy and follow the rules. I don't know. It kills the spirit of the rat race if you cheat. And some folks will, would want to maybe do that. Some folks wouldn't. But I really don't know if those folks would be able to keep up with the same pace as Shivas or Twist, for example. Because those two are like absolute champions when it comes to killing stuff. Probably some of the fastest in the community that I know of. The only people that are fast and can keep up with them at the same pace would be Lamprey and Gaz. There's like a handful. I don't even come close, really. You know how to cheat. Oh yeah, and like phenomenally. Yeah. And don't you see that I've got the mini map placed exactly right here so it covers up debug? I'm in debug at all times. Yep. Totally. It actually, I use it to cover this up before those folks have a field day and, you know, start saying things. It's better to know the bugs and exploits and avoid them. Yeah, I know. That's why we have a bugs and exports section on the Rat Race Discord. So we have a whole thing that where we yay or nay certain things that exist in the game. Like, for example, keeping yourself warm at the fire while fishing. We passed that one specifically because it's kind of weird. If you can right control, it disappears. Yeah, I know it disappears, but it's it just keeps appearing at the beginning of my playthrough, so I just leave it there and hidden away. If it's there, then I don't have to think about it. I don't even have to hit control at the beginning of the playthrough. Much else. Mm-hmm. You didn't see anything about fast hitting? Yeah, it is there. It's fast hitting. You mean spamming spacebar to increase your attack speed? That's already been declined. It is in the Discord. That one is a no, a flat no. Big old X on that. And I don't mean a big old X on the occasional accidental panic. Oops, I attacked fast once. No, if you're consistently doing it, yeah, it's not allowed. There's a section in the Discord that's banned a lot of things, actually. It's, here, let's see. I'll go over a handful of them just now out loud so that, I mean, so folks can know that they exist if they've been doing them and just stop doing them. But the seed packet there's a seed packet bug that lets you get more seeds. There is claustrophobia in acting incorrectly in tight closet spaces. Let's see. These ones have all got passed. Unnatural jumps in fitness levels. So if you go from fitness like 4 to fitness 10 magically somehow, set yourself back to fitness 4. Excessive food consumption with double clicking. Inland fishing, where you basically like imagine if I was fishing from where I currently am standing. You're not allowed to do that. There's more than one button to spam now? Okay, well, I mean, just don't spam and increase your attack speed unnaturally. The whole point of the rat race is to avoid the exploit use. Like, it's to play the game naturally. Now, in saying that, I've had the argument come forward that, oh, but you're using mods for visual indicators, you know, but in all honesty, these mods don't change the gameplay all that much. Like, this one shows you, like, a little bit of what's on this menu here. Just there with less clutter. You know, that's all. Like, I mean, same for this one shows you what's in the skill menu, last skill leveled, right? So this one's not particularly that much. Although I've had our people argue that, oh, but you can use sneaking to know if there's zombies around. I'll let you in on a hint. There's always zombies around. It's time 16 with pinpoint hearing. There are always zombies around. Unless you've completely purged an area like 100%, there's still probably a handful of zombies kicking around somewhere. You're never 100% safe in Zomboid. Never. Even if you think you've got every zombie in the area, the only way you'll know for sure is if you go into debug and look for the zombies. Using the zombie pop map. That said, though, there's a handful of other exploits that have been basically marked off with an X that don't do this. There's some of them that have been marked with a bug, like a little bug that's like, if it happens to you, remember it and you can fix your character. Like the fishing bug. The fishing bug's the most common one that I've seen. Where it locks you in the fishing animation. And if folks want to see what that one's about, I did a little video on it. But yeah, giving yourself a natural attack speed kind of takes away from leveling up your fitness. What's the point in leveling fitness and strength if you can give yourself bonus attack speed? It's giving yourself a stat that's that you don't have access to outside of using that exploit. Essentially, it's cheating. That's what it is. It's cheating. And there's nothing wrong with those kinds of cheats if you're not going to be playing a mode that doesn't include that. Like if you're going to go off and play a game mode by yourself kind of thing or a sandbox, then that's different, right? But if you're trying to place on a leaderboard, that's a little bit more stringent in the rules, right? That's why folks that would use those kinds of things would be disqualified from specifically the leaderboard. They can still do their runs and enjoy them and have fun. We'd still be interested. It's just we would mark down that, oh, this person's using an attack speed buff. Or this person's using like such and such, right? They changed it to use some sort of... I've not heard of the special shoesless mod that you're talking about. I don't know what that is. But undoubtedly, if it gives the player some kind of bonus of some kind, then they would get disqualified because that's outside of the realm of the challenge's spirit. When you came back, you couldn't refill your cooking pot. Did you try putting the cooking pot out in the rain or transferring liquid into the cooking pot to change its status? Try putting liquids into the cooking pot via the transfer system and see if that fixes it. Yeah, that's the whole spirit of the rat race, is to carry forward that whole the whole rule set that we set for it. If you're not going to follow any of those rules, well, I mean, then you're not playing the rat race. You're playing your own thing, which is not, there's no problem in that. And just like I said before, it's fine to cheat in video games because the cheats were placed in video games to increase the fun of the video game, especially if there were sections that were too difficult or stuff like that. So, for example, the perfect example would be like the Grand Theft Auto games back when, like Grand Theft Auto San Andreas, where you pull out your phone and you do your little cheats to get your character extra money or whatever. Like those kinds of things existed in like, so that if folks didn't have the time to complete all the missions or do all the stuff, that they could still access things. But you had to know the little cheat codes. And that's the same for Zomboid in that way, is that there are exploits that exist just because build 42 is unstable and these bugs still exist. There's cheat codes. Anybody here play The Sims? What's that cheat code called? It's is it Motherload? Something like that. I don't remember exactly, but if I'm wrong, correct me. Something like that, though. I never really liked to use those cheats myself because I liked the progression. I liked the journey. That's to state though that I have cheated in some video games before. Dun dun dun. But it takes away from some of the fun, right? If you like not all of the fun, obviously it's still kind of fun, but it speeds up the video game when you cheat. Think about GTA Online in its current state. What happens? People use mod menus to instantly give themselves maximum funds. Then what happens? Well, they get bored and they start blowing other people up, or they start turning everybody into cactuses and other such things because they don't have any gameplay loops anymore. Because the whole point of GTA Online is to earn money so you can expand your businesses and then, keep doing the missions and having fun with the missions. But they've completely jumped over that and, they have infinite money, so they don't need to do the missions. The whole point of the game is lost, so they end up making their own fun by messing with other players, right? That's these are just examples of it. But you can see that in lots of different games, right? It all depends. But there'd be very little point to cheat in the rat race, because it's like it's a multi-month like amount of time that you have to invest, and currently there's talk of a prize, but there's no prize currently. So there are other things that people could do that would be, well, you'd only do this if you enjoy it, as opposed to, if you don't. And there's a lot of folks that don't enjoy the rat race and have said that they don't enjoy it because it's not fun for them, and they've opted out, and that's okay. There's nothing wrong with opting out of the rat race, because it's just not their thing, right? Can't be running like that with athletic trait. Okay, so what you're saying is there's a self-made shoes mod. So do you have names of people who are actually using this? Because if you do, you can post it in the Rat Race Discord, right? And we'll deal with it as moderation. Likely with a because that mod has not been approved, and as a result, they would get disqualified. So if you want to post those names in the Rat Race Discord, feel free. The Discord is here. There you go. Or sorry, wrong one. You'll post it if they apply. So they haven't even applied for it. So they're probably not going to. That's the thing. They're probably playing the rat race offline and having fun. So just leave them to have their fun. If they do apply, then at least we'll know about it. But chances are, if they have some kind of special mod that's separate, just let them have their fun. Why do you have to rain on somebody's parade? Don't. Right? In my opinion, don't rain on someone's parade if you don't have to. Like, yes, you can let them know, oh, by the way, because you have this mod, and that run will be disqualified. But at the same time, you don't even have to do that, because it would get told, right? Anyways, there's the two the first Discord is my own Discord. The second one is the Rat Race Discord. Sorry. Forgetting my own commands. My bad. My Discord has a poll section that I post my polls in for interest, and then I have my active adventures section, as well as like there's a couple other sections like for gallery, for like random picturey things, and I think there's anime as well. I don't spend as much time in the anime section though. Anime section's mostly for my mods, because they really like anime. Not that I don't. I do like anime. It's just I don't like it as much as they do. Not even close. They are super into it and into so much stuff, and yeah. But yeah, it's... Anyways. Because this whole thing is meant to be a for fun thing at the end of the day. It's meant to be everybody has a good time and enjoys. And we start killing off the enjoyment, then the point of the rat race loses a lot of its meaning. But the reason why we have those rules in the first place is to carry the spirit of the rat race forward. So that's why and it's not just one person passing judgment, it's like community driven. So it's not like I'm running in there and being like, no, these things are not meant to be this way. I give my opinion and other people give theirs, and depending on how things are weighed, we vote together and then we push things forward. Like, for example, we have mentioned before that we may change the settings in the rat race if there is another big update that kills all our saves. So we don't want to change settings right now to respect the people that are in first for the rat race, so like Shivas, Twist, and a bunch of other folks, right? We want to respect the people that have put the time in um, to the rat race. So we're not changing settings right now. However, if all of the saves get ruined by an update, which is possible because it's the unstable branch, we have discussed that we may adjust some of the settings. We may turn down the car volume. We may add in helicopters and meta events because there's been some folks that have mentioned that is that. We may tone down the farming settings or tone them up. I like in terms of how fast they grow, stuff like that. We'll see. It's one of those things where we're going to discuss it as a group when that time comes. But obviously that time's not now. But it's going to be a big group thing. Is if in the event that there is a full wipe. But like I said, that's not happening now because we're going to respect the people who have put in the time. You know, it wouldn't be fair to just, oh, by the way, we can change all the settings now. And then, you know, someone like, I don't know, like Grim Hiker, who's put in 54K, well, has, it, you know, he's cleared a bunch of sections and now things have been adjusted. It's just, it's not fair. Right. I'm just going based on memory of people on the leaderboard, right? So I don't, I just know that there's quite a lot of folks that have passed the 50K mark. Yeah, we'll see. But that's another thing. If folks see somebody adjusting their settings or changing things, or if you catch somebody has cheated, you can report it in the Discord, and then we'll take it case by case. And there have been people who have come forward with runs, like questionable things for runs before, that they've been brought to our attention. And like I said before, we took them case by case. You don't have to flame folks directly either. You can bring it to moderation. So the main moderators of the rat race currently are myself, Sui, and Yuri. Yuri and myself are oh, we got another flat stone. Heck yeah. Um sorry. I'm excited because we got another flat stone. Currently these are broken, so in the debris, so I'm happy whenever I get one. Um but yeah. And then we have separate teams that deal with all the other stuff as well. So like we do have a separate team that does the leaderboard stuff. And there we go. There's a separate group that does the moderation, like for the exploits and which mods are approved, yay or nay kind of deal. I don't want to give away all the names though, because I don't want people to get spammed, right? And people spamming me is very difficult because I'm on D&D like all the time. So, and if somebody is bothering me, I'll just ignore them. I'd prefer things be approached properly. Which so far, anybody who's ever approached me has approached me properly, so that's good. Yeah, it happens. Sometimes people think they can cheat the system, but the thing is, and this is kind of just how it goes, people find out about that stuff. You don't hide cheating forever. Because people will do the math on stuff too. Like you got some people who are number crunchy and they will do the like probability matrices on particular items based on certain things. And like that whole Dream debacle is a good example of people. You know, he wasn't even placed first in anything in that. He was like what, fourth or third or something. I can't remember. I don't even think, maybe he's fifth, but people still figured it out because people are amazing and like crazy smart. You got 2 to 3 VODs of somebody cheating like that. Okay, well then kudos. Then you have a record of it, and you can show it later. If somebody were to post that as like a proper run, but you know, it kills some of the vibe to just assume that right off the bat, right? Yeah, that's fair. Which is, it's fine, but once again, they're probably not going to submit those. More than likely, what's going to happen is they're going to be like, you know, they're just having fun offline with the rat race. There's a lot of folks that are doing the rat race offline. I've seen at least, I can name like there's at least what is it? There's at least 10 runs that I know of right now that are offline and really like they're having a good time and they're posting about it. They're like, "Hey, check this out. Look, I made this far." And they're really happy. They're going to turn that one off to apply. Well, if they're going to augment their run, then you have the proof that they had that mod on. But so there you go. You're prepped and ready, so, you know, you can kind of keep that. And then once again, that's something that you would bring forward to a moderator. Like I said, myself, Yuri or Sui. We're the folks that are main moderation, and then from there we would send it where it needs to go, depending. Special shoes mod. I've never heard of that. It seems so a little excessive to make a mod specifically to augment your shoes to give you a little extra run speed. Like, why would you want a little extra run speed? I mean, I guess it kind of makes sense in the rat race because you can't like drive very much because cars are dangerous. But hmm, maybe that is that person's hobby. I don't know. Don't know them. Yeah, I don't know. It seems like a lot of extra effort to go through just for to find out that your run would end up getting put in the bin if it was turned in. You know what I mean? Why would you not want to play the rat race on its original settings based on, you know, I mean, playing it on augmented settings is different. Like, for example, I know 2 or 3 people that are playing the rat race, but they changed the farming so the farming's easier. Because the farming on the rat race is kind of you know? And I get that. It's because you don't get to experience the full farming system at the moment if you can't live longer than a few months, right? The average Zomboid character can only live for about a month or two before they die, right? And veterans can live for about a year or two before they die, usually. Outside of outliers like doing a million with the guns mods is, yeah, no, I agree. It's difficult to do a million kills in general. Like, I'll put it this way: Karumi Periwinkle did 700 plus K, like 700,000 zombies, but had Britas, right? Do you want to know something that's fun about that? Karumi ran out of ammo in with the Britas. Ran out of ammo. It's still an impressive run, regardless of Britas or not. Doesn't matter, right? You consider your Vans as special food shoes? I mean, they are. I consider them backpacks. A car is just a backpack that gets you from point A to point B. Better backpack. Backpack plus. Yeah, this conversation topic is a pain in the ass, as anyone can imagine, and I'm doing the best I can to weave it, but it's tough. It's a tough combo. Kills my vibe. Like all I want to do is play my Zomboid and have a good time, right? But it's hard. Okay, let's do some stuff. Special hands. Special hands? What? What's a special hand? Is that like a magical arm that you can like have? We in D&D we've got a player that's a mage that has that lost her arm, and she's got like a mechanical arm that's like magic. It's mage tech. It's really cool. It like glows and gives additional damage and stuff to like things like fireball. I almost died in D&D because of a fireball. That stuff's fun. But yeah, it's less about the can't read, more about the wasn't listening. Like it's if you're going to ask a question, listen to the answer. Like that's a that's something that I feel is important. Because I went above and beyond, and I really did. I have to? I probably not, but proof in the pudding, I suppose. Yeah, I like D&D. Friendly Fire is hilarious in D&D. We've unfortunately, I think we might not be playing D&D this week because it's Mother's Day approaching. Remember, it's Mother's Day this Sunday for those that celebrate Mother's Day, and or maybe you have a grandparent or an aunt that you or maybe maybe another parental figure that's kind of like your mom. You can kind of hang out with and make their day a little better. But if you don't celebrate that, then that's cool too. Some people aren't about holidays. That's the
You're
number three
amazing.
while your D&D character dies. Um, I haven't had a character die yet in D&D, but I expect soon. It's because we play with very safe parameters, and I'm not counting our characters that didn't get very far. Like, because I've had some characters die, but they're not. They were like session one did barely had a name or no backstory. Like those kinds of characters, I don't count. Yeah, that is important. If you're gonna ask a question, you gotta at least listen to the answer. Yeah, I gotta pause and refill my tea, so I'll be right back. Okay, let's continue. This tile should be perfect. Come on out. Oh, maxed out exertion. Why were we still in build 42.7? Or has there been an update in the last week or so? Not at the moment, not that I know of. Oh, I was like, I thought you were actually serious that they actually released an update for Oblivion. I was like, did they actually? That would be kind of cool. Because I'm supposed to do a variety day soon, so I don't know if I'm gonna do Oblivion or if I'm gonna do RimWorld. I still haven't decided. But that said, though, yeah, no, this is Zomboid. This is the game that I almost always play. At least it's been that way for quite some time. But yeah, question. I don't know if the devs aren't on a permanent schedule for their updates. They don't just release them weekly. They release them whenever they feel like it, kind of deal. So there's no time limit on the devs. They can kind of just do whatever they want. No, and nobody questions them on that. Like, we would rather them release stuff when it's ready than think about that extra stuff, right? 42.8 is coming. It may come in a week from now. It may drop tomorrow. We don't really know. You'll be happy with all three games? I'm glad. I'm really happy that folks are interested in seeing me play something that isn't just one thing. And it's been kind of really nice cuz it's one of those things where you get a little bit nervous about that kind of stuff, right? Cuz I'd like to be able to play like other stuff too, not just one thing. Not that I dislike Zomboid, because I don't. I love Zomboid. Zomboid's fantastic. It's just you don't want to ever be stuck doing just one thing. Because imagine that I do Zomboid for, years and years and years. Eventually, I would probably get kind of tired of it, right? Their burnout is a thing. It exists, and it can cause people to not really like the thing that they're doing anymore. And I'm far from burnt out, right? I'm absolutely. I love Zomboid. But, yeah, you hope it's not tomorrow? I hope it's not tomorrow for your sake then as well. Usually it's Thursdays. But they've been known to drop stuff at random. So like it's anybody's guess. Oh, hello. But yeah, my plan is I haven't played in a week. We were trying to access of loading into a broken saves. Oh, okay. You'll be fine. Even if it updates from 42.7 to 42.8, it very rarely bricks the save. The only time that it'll actually really destroy a save is if they change something that's fundamental about the game. And even then, you can still often load the save just fine. It's just there's certain aspects of the saves that can corrupt, and like a good example would be if they changed a building, right? Let's say they changed this building here, right? Well, I've already loaded this building. I'm living at this location, right? So my save wouldn't update this particular location. Like this cell would still be this variant of this cell, right? But in time, it could corrupt, especially if there's more like. Does that make sense? I hope I'm making sense. Yeah, 43 would definitely brick a save, but 43 isn't due out for a very long time because they're not even done with 42 yet. I'm expecting a 42 point, like, you know, they'll start putting other numbers on there eventually. Like, it's 42.7 right now. They're going to do a 42.8. And I'm really hopeful that Boyering comes out at some point. Because that was one of the things I was most hyped for when I seen it in the listing. It's not the only thing I cared about, obviously, but it definitely was up there for things I cared about. In 2040, maybe. I actually hope it's out sooner than that so that the devs can work on PZ2. Or PZ expanded, where they decide to take PZ and put it on a different engine that's not Java. You know? Like, could you imagine PZ on a different style? A little bit more 3D. We should be able to go drop this stuff and then come back for these. Yeah, it wouldn't be PZ anymore because it would lose some of the PZ charm, right? If it was VR, maybe, maybe not though. I don't know. Maybe there's some way to do it and make it pristine and keep all of the heart of Project Zomboid, but bring it into a better look. You know? I don't know. It's not within my realm of understanding. But it may be possible. Only a few more to go. I just pulled that grass up over there. There we go. Almost there. Four more tiles on this particular side, and we're done with this side. Yeah, we won't be able to sleep for a little while in game. Let's let my claustrophobia come down.
You're amazing!
There we go. Perfect. Nope. Barely sating berries. What is this, a recent newspaper? Nah, it's old. Thank you for the fishing lock video. Oh yeah, that one's super important. If you don't know about that, for those that don't know about the fishing video, um, it's important to know about it so that you don't accidentally. It doesn't matter if you you know went off to do other things. Um, you can still get locked in the fishing animation. It's a very dangerous bug. Because it directly, yeah, it can directly affect you in combat, which is the worst part. It's one thing if it were to affect you in like, oh well, it's fine. But no, it can cause you to get stuck during combat, which, if you get stuck during combat, then your chances are you're gonna get bit. If you're really unlucky, which, I mean, let's face it, most of us, we can die from a scratch, so, like, let alone getting bit. Because that is one way out of that animation, is taking damage. It's the least optimal way to get out of that animation, though. When did they have this text on the bottom here that tells you how to rotate things? That's new. That wasn't there before. Huh. They added text to the bottom of the screen tutorializing how to rotate. That's awesome. That means other people are going to be able to know how to rotate stuff a lot easier. If they notice that text there, of course. It's kind of faded. Sneezed too hard and attracted too many Zeds. It actually has caused a lot of players to die in the rat race. It's probably one of the more unfortunate death causes. Is catching a cold. You lost 2 characters because of it? Well, there you go. Now you know how to do it. Like, it's very simply, or at least that's one way to do it. It's the most reliable way to trigger it that I know of. So I wanted to give the reason that I initially created that video was because I seen 2 people, or it might have been more than 2 people. I don't remember the exact amount, but it was several people die within the first, like, or get attacked within the first hour. It might have been 3. But it was like back to back within an hour. So I was like, no, this we need to fix this so that players aren't having problems anymore. So at least they're aware. Because before I was like, oh well, it's a bit of a Konami code is how to get this to activate. So maybe players won't activate it. False. Players will figure a way to activate it. It's unfortunate, and it'll get them killed, and then they will have that feeling, that sinking feeling in the pit of their stomach, where they were like, "But it wasn't me. I didn't die because of it wasn't my fault. It was the game." And they would be right to think so, because that is a game issue, not a player issue. Yes, sure, the player is the one that triggered the series of events required, but I wouldn't blame the player for the getting locked in that animation. That's definitely a game side issue that needs to be repaired. And the devs are aware of it at the very least. Somebody's probably trying to fix it. Because it's been reported several times now. There's just some, obviously there's more important things that are on the docket, as well as you got to remember that the devs are broken up into teams. So the person that works on those particular things might already have a full plate of other stuff that they're dealing with, so they may not be able to finish that particular thing right away, right? Because that's how the team is broken up. It's like broken up into, each dev does their own kind of section of the game, and they all kind of work on it in tandem. It's like the person that does the map tiles is not going to be the same person that does, like, I don't know, the combat animations. Yeah, all the deaths have been on me as well. Even the ones with the fishing bug, I claim as my own. Even the ones with the that where it was kind of the game, and I've had other people say, "No, no, it wasn't your fault." I still claim those as my own, because the reason being is, if I hide behind the fact that it's the game's fault every time, where am I going to learn? I need to be aware that, yes, it was the game's fault in this instance. However, I, as a player, triggered the chain of events that led into it. So if I had not done those chain of events, I would have been okay. So I always bear it in mind and try and improve, right? It's important. Yeah, it's definitely something you don't want to be in the habit of, is that leaning too heavily on excuses. Arresting. How's it going? The race is going good. I just broke another axe, though. Recoup a little. I'm gonna run out of axes doing this wall. What was my helicopter tactic? To take the helicopter to an area that I knew that I wasn't going to be in, and then leave the zombies there. So, in my first version of the rat race, I had a helicopter go off over here, meaning that all of the zombies from this side of the map, and quite a lot of the ones from over here, would have been in this general area. I lived on this beachfront, and then eventually I pushed down this way and went to Riverside, to which then we made it to 26K ish, I think, at 26,000. And then I died because I missed an axe swing. So in that playthrough, we were about a year in or so. I don't remember exactly, but we actually had pushed most of Riverside's. We had the whole gated community, and we were pushing the commercial district. We were up to the post office and nearly at the police station construction site distance on Riverside. I was probably more than 50% through Riverside, but not as a whole, because we still had the trailer park, we still had the gate, the country club to do. You were upset when a character died? It's fine. It doesn't bother me. And even at the time, I was just like, eh. You can see my reaction. Oh, and then immediately already thinking about the next run. I I, I don't really hold on to the runs too deeply unless there are a handful of runs though that I have a little bit more attachment to, I guess. Like my PB run I kind of had more attachment to, but I started my CDDA wall run stuff right after I died on my PB. I didn't miss a beat. But yeah, it's yeah, exactly. It's well, that happened. Time for a new run. That or sometimes I'll hop onto other stuff, but the splash of variety actually has no correlation to the death. The splash of variety is me wanting to sort of branch out a little bit, right? There's a little bit because I had a few folks ask me. They were like, "Oh, are you upset that you died?" No, I just wanted to play some other stuff. There's no hard feelings there at all. I have a disconnect with most of my runs that exists in my mind. You locked your Z's in Echo Creek. No zombies are ever really locked in an area, but I understand what you mean. That's where you had your helicopter, right? I mean, you can kind of lock them in behind a fence, but eventually that's not going to be a thing because the devs are working on that right now. They're making it so that the zombies will be able to break down fences. Of course, they will never be able to break down fences if you're not there, unless they change that, I guess. But because zombies don't have their animations if you're not around, so oops. Yeah, the more deaths you have, the more kind of relaxed you are with it. And remember, I've been playing this game for thousands of hours, so it ends up being that it's like, but and before I played Zomboid, I used to play Minecraft hardcore. I've lost worlds that I had over 700 hours in, and it's fine because the reason being is that I'm not really just playing it for, I'm playing it for the journey. And if the journey ends with a death, then it ends with a death. That's fine. I can learn something from that and move on, even if it's something that I already know. Obviously, I need to relearn whatever it is if I have to learn it again. There have been times though where I've been a little bit frustrated by deaths. My most frustrated death actually is one of my CDDA wall runs because I was killed by something that I at the time didn't know what it was, and later found out that it was Windows updates that were all tabbing me. But since then, the devs added in a functionality to the game where you can actually have pause when focus is lost. They added that in, and that saves any run that gets alt tabbed for any reason, for the most part. I meant to click resume and I clicked quit. Sorry. Oh, I wasn't ending. I'm not ending. I hit quit by accident. It was an accident. I'm sorry. Just like immediately end my stream right now. Could you imagine? Accident. Oh, that's it. I hit quit. That means I have to end stream. Nah, if I were to end stream today, it would probably be because I want to go play games with Emma or watch Emma play games. We played V Rising yesterday. We got through a little bit of the bosses, and which was fun. But Emma got frustrated with the moving castle, the way that castles move in V Rising. It's not. Emma thought she would be able to just cookie cutter her castle, like move the whole thing over, but that's not how that works. Why is stone so hard to find now? Oh, you mean like the debris stone? Don't pick up any of these right now. Wait until the next update. The devs know that this is that the debris that the large flat stones are not working right. So don't pick any of these up. That said though, all the other stones work fine. You can just remove stone and it'll give you a stone. Remove large stone and it'll give you a large stone. Everything else is fine, just not the flat stones right now. You get them from foraging, then it's gonna take you 100 years to level up your napping. And actually, that might not be an exaggeration. That actually might be an accurate measurement of time. No, that's totally an exaggeration. But still, like, I mean, it's going to take you an awfully long time to level your napping if you go based on only foraging and you don't do the remove debris. Because the remove debris gives you, stones. But these ones give you flat stones that you can then carve into, or like nap into axe heads and later mauls, which will let you pickaxe things. Okay, let's sit on the ground, recoup just a little bit, and actually I'm gonna... You got really lucky find. Yeah, that is a good find. If you can get a club hammer, that's awesome. Kudos. I don't have one. But you get a maul at level 5, so it's fine. Oh, this is the 3, isn't it? Oops. Yeah. I need a single log. There's a handful of folks that have found, what's it called? Pickaxes. I haven't had the luck for that, unfortunately. No pickaxe for me. An axe, an anvil, a hiking bag, tongs. No flint. I feel for you a little bit. Although I've managed to collect a little bit of flint myself, I still kind of need more. We're right now at a stage though where I've got a we're about I said 50%, but we're you can see our walls coming together nicely. You swear it doesn't exist? I'm sure it does. You just gotta forage in on roads. Flint for you never exists. Trust me, foraging on roads, that's your best call. And then forage with the stone focus. Like here, I'll go looking for flint here in a second, and we'll see how many I find. Wait for this panic to come down. You found a generator mag in the middle of the forest. That's the dream, isn't it? Okay, let's go do a little bit of foraging for what were we looking for? Chipstone, right? We can do some foraging here. So these cracks on the ground actually have an increased chance of finding chipstone as well. So let's have a look. Nope, not that way. And we would want to lean into stone focus, like so. Because by leaning into a focus, your character starts... It's a little better than it used to be. There's a flint nodule already. There's a boulder. Oh, we got the bug. Didn't we? Fun fact, there's actually only one boulder here. It looks like there's two, but there's not. Watch. So we equip one in both hands, and then we place it. Oh wait, it did it. We grabbed the wrong one. Here we go. I may need to reload to fix this boulder. Yeah, we do. I don't want this boulder to be broken. It might just delete it, which I'm okay with. Jenny Mag. That's awesome. There always seems to be decent amount of generator mags in that area. There we go. So what we were doing, we were searching for chipstone, that's right. There's one. A nodule. Okay, we went too far. I'm not going to continue. But we found 2 flint nodules and 1 flint stone, so if you wanted to make the flint nodules into chipstones, you could. I'm trying to save up a few of the flint nodules at the moment, though. Why did my roads look more beat up? I guess, yeah, it's been 9 months. But they're not that much worse than... Not really. Not by enough of a margin, I don't feel. I feel so much faster right now because I've been having high encumbrance. When you have high encumbrance and then you get to move normal, it's nice. It's a nice change of pace. Okay, let's look for food. What's that? Mushroom, yes. Ta-da! Okay, let's go. So you're almost never encumbered? Well, yeah, of course. I played with a handful of sprinters, but I often, even when I play with sprinters, my moves are much more... I calculate things a lot more when I'm playing sprinters, because I don't want to... They're too fast. I really don't want to deal with them at all. Not even a little. Yeah, they're a lot easier, but also a lot harder. But I don't know, it's weird. It's funny because a lot of the time I feel like Build 42's combat is easier in most ways than Build 41. There are just some very niche ways where it's not. Because there's a lot more resting involved, like where your characters got strain and they're... But the thing is that exertion isn't as bad in Build 42 as it was in Build 41. because of the muscle strain mechanic existing, exertion got adjusted, and your character doesn't get like as exerted as quickly. You're a good goblin. You used to be encumbered. Walking around the map at like 1% speed. Whirlwind Sprint was your best friend in Skyrim. Because you'd use Whirlwind Sprint to go those extra like four or five steps. You know. I've been there. Either that or you do the cheat way, which is you turn on the ability to just not have an encumbrance. There's nothing wrong with playing that way if you enjoy it. You like watching people play this challenge? It's definitely an interesting challenge. I like it. I like even watching like seeing the progress of the folks that are playing offline. Like even seeing their progress and oh, I've got this, or I lucked out and I got that, or look at this area. It's all nice and clear now. Like seeing those kinds of progress has been kind of cool as well. Cuz it's neat. Lots of people are going on their onto their PBs and they're achieving, which is neat. Always cool to see. You caught a cold on day 3? Yeah, the ripped clothing stuff is it can be a little bit trying. And if you don't know about enough about insulation, you'll get caught out by it real quick. Because even with outdoorsy, like you can still catch a cold. It just makes it harder, that's all, to catch one. This is taking me back to the wall run. I don't know if I've anybody in the community seen more walls than me. I know that Radford's probably the closest one, if anybody. No, Chiclet's probably as well. There's some folks that just love walls. I am among those folks, and we are awesome. You love the building in PZ? Me too. I want there to be more. I want us to be able to use like the build menu. Give us more build options. Could you imagine if we could build everything in the all of the tiles? You do your own fully custom house from scratch. Yeah, let's get some food first. You slept for another. That's like a full 20, 22 hours. I feel like a corpse. I see. You probably slept too much. You should move around a bit. Ten hours seems like a long time to be sleeping. But then again, perhaps you needed it? Still, you're awake now. So you can, like, get food, relax. Sounds like you had a good one. You're super sore? Embrace the soreness. Embrace it. Oh, cool. So you've already been up and about. That's good. Currently, I am still in the process of placing a wall around the Spiffos, but we should be almost done that soon. Like, we're at the stage now where we're doing the north wall and the west wall. So we've only got like a little ways left to go. A few more tiles worth. And then we should be done. This, that, and then we just have the south wall to do, and then that's it. And then I've got to make the doors, which It's called Buildable Expansion. It does the same thing as Build Menu in 41, but it's... Okay, that sounds kind of cool. I'll make note of that because I like the idea of having a mod like that. I like combining that kind of mod with a mod that lets you like make other things that you wouldn't normally be able to, like sand. Like we can't make sand right now. You have to go pick up sand off the ground and dirt too, right? You have to go pick up dirt off the ground. Like in my opinion, those things when you take them off the ground, they shouldn't be gone. They should stay there. And to be quite honest, dirt, sand, and gravel should be things that you can take at infinitum. There shouldn't be a limit to the tiles because maybe there's a reason why there's a limit to the tiles, but it just seems like that it's counter to their previous the devs previous want to stop locust behavior, because for example, if you have a server of like let's say 20 people and they're in let's say this area, the only sand that we have is right there, right? That's the only sand that's available in this particular area, not counting. Let's assume that we're only living in this cell. Let's assume that we're only in this cell. There's only this much sand. That's not really enough to do blacksmithing. It's enough for one person to do a little bit of blacksmithing, but and glass making, not really, right? You need more. I'm wandering around with this in my inventory. Yeah, I think sand is one of those things that needs a relook at so that we can maybe like grind stuff down into sand. Like maybe it requires a crafting bench of some kind. That you have to make like a grinder or one of those mixers. Yeah, let's go for a windmill. Yes, that's true. I don't think you're having a good day, Rhett. I'm having a good day so far. I'm managing to make progress. Even if it's slow progress. It's taken me months in game to build this wall. We started construction on this, what, last month? So, March? And it's almost May? Exertion in combat is not as bad as it used to be, but exertion chopping down trees is awful. I chop down like 3 trees and then I'm done. Which makes sense in a realistic sense, but for gameplay, it's that 3 trees. Assuming you did the big trees, that's equivalent to 3 tiles worth of wood logs, log walls. It was not enough. It's like so slow. But at the end of this, I'm gonna have so many branches and everything that I shouldn't run out for a while. That should last quite a long time. Well, the large branches I'll run out of, but like everything else probably not. Why is the wall taking so long to make? Oh, because it's exertion. I can do like maximum like 3 trees before we need to take a rest. And then I have to pick up the logs, bring them over. It takes quite a while. It's harder to build in like this in build 42 than it is in build 41. In build 41, you could kind of I don't know, making trees happen in build 41 was a lot easier. It could be because I'm using these the wood axes though. I didn't use these before. I used fire axes before. And maybe the fire axes are superior for chopping down trees than the wood axe because the wood axe has higher levels of exertion. Maybe that's where I'm faltering. But I don't have fire axes, so my choices are limited right now. I gotta just deal with what I have. It's taking months in game to build this wall. And it's not that big. Like this wall is only the one it's like a wall that wraps around Spiffos. I just wanted it as a base of operations, so I'm like I'm just gonna throw a wall around it. It's not that big. It's like, you know. Is melee attacking not better for stamina? Actually, I was comparing the two for a while, and it was weird. My findings for it were strange. If you melee attack, your character seems to build more exertion. It's weird. And they attack slower, right? So, like, if I were to chop this tree down, I need approximately... That's a bad example because I already hit that tree. But you need, like, between, what is it, 10 or 11 swings on a large tree in order to bring it down. And it just seemed like it was building up more exertion. I could just be mistaken, though. Alright, let's try. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 11. Okay. Okay, and let's see. Get a rest in. Ah, max tiredness. I don't know, it's hard to tell. I didn't get the exertion, though, did I? Or did I? I'm not sure. I'd need to go and see and debug. Yeah, no, I know you can rest when you're fully tired. But the reason why I'm not is because rat race and there are zombies in this area, and if they catch me on my periphery, I have to react, and I don't trust my reaction time to be fast enough. I am not Bonds, unfortunately. I don't have ridiculous, crazy reaction time. My reaction time used to be better. Not for a long time, though. Still, I'm almost on the wall now, so, like, well, kinda. We're closer than we were. Even Bond's nice to that. So I know, but he has better reaction time than most folks. He is like crazy super speed reaction speed. It's like a decimal number. Go, go, go. Go, go, go. I think part of the reason though is because I keep carting over all of the wood. If I didn't cart over all the wood, probably would have this wall up by now. Like the extra branches and all this other stuff. I appreciate that the game understands what I want and it's like giving me like mushrooms right away and it's helping me out. Oh, you know something that would be nice? If you could designate an area that you could salt. Like salt the earth so that like it doesn't grow back. So nature stops. Stop nature. Let me make it so that nature can't come back. All right, let's compare again. Maybe swinging is still better. Because I did a tree and a bit there before getting exerted. They seemed relative before. I wonder why I thought that. Maybe it's because I was doing it at 1 time speed. Oh. Nearly through. Mhm. It doesn't matter. There we go. Hello. I am tree destroyer. We're gonna run out of axes, is what's gonna happen. Because the war axes suck at breaking trees. And I only have 2 axes left. We're getting close, though. We'll probably get close. I don't expect that we'll be able to complete it, though. You could have stopped at war axes suck. I mean, they're not the worst at fighting. You know, there's spoons and forks in the game, right? Hold on. Spoon playthrough when? I know, I've been asked already. Multiple people have said that I should do one. It would be so fun to play a spoon playthrough where you do nothing but craft spoons and defeat your enemies with spoons. Yeah. It's clearly the superior short blade, and I'm sleeping on it. That is the truth, and I apologize for that. You can make so many of them. Clearly that means it's superior, right? Think about it. One branch yields you tons of spoons. Means that it's better than a katana easily, right? Spoons and... Oh, I don't mean making a shiv. I mean making like a wooden spoon. It's clearly the wooden spoon is the most superior of all the weapons, and I just like I mean I'm carrying one around. I can't even make the argument that it's not vital in my inventory because I use it to change my eating animation. It is an absolutely imperative uh, piece of equipment. And this is why you see me keep going to bed. As much as I'd like to continue to cart stuff while being extremely tired, killing zombies while extremely tired still kind of sucks. Sap's Cooking does let you carve ladles. Hello. Okay, I need to do something else with my in-game time. We're in agony, so I don't know. Wall of idling jennies. I don't need to protect the wall. If the zombies kick it down, I'll just put it back up. Like, wait, what are they gonna do? I'm tempted to... I am tempted to plant stuff. If you had propane. I'd have to go out to Doe Valley to get propane. That's not an easy resource to come by. I'm not going all the way to Doe Valley. And then also, there's zombies there. Although the heat map's been neutered by like a considerable amount. Which actually is probably the right word for it. Those poor zombies. They didn't deserve that. People complain they should have just put their own pops down. No offense. But that's actually that's the truth. Like... uh... Good morning. It's true. It does make kind of turning pops down kind of eh. But that doesn't mean that they should go and just delete half of the heat map. Right? That's not a solution either. Those are not the same, like it's not that's not how that should be. Oh, you know what they could do? They could have oh, but that would require to have several different kinds of maps. Because you would have to have a map. They're already working on a 10-year later map, right? In theory, if they also turn their attention to adjusting the zombie pop based on the mode, you like different heat maps for different versions of iterations of the game. So like Apocalypse would have its own heat map. Of course, I don't know. What do you think? Could they do that? Like change heat maps? So like for a heat map for like Builder would be like non-existent, but like heat maps for Apocalypse, and then you could do like one that's worse, a worse mode than Apocalypse. It's just painting, right? Essentially, it's like making these zones everywhere, the designated zone stuff. It's time consuming. I could imagine. But their resources would be better than, say, like, it's not like they're hopping into the game as a player and editing things, right? They're editing things from a, like, outside perspective. I think that's part of the thing, though, is that folks visualize the devs are jumping in like this in debug, when that's not how that goes. I mean, they probably do a little bit of that, but... Will they? Probably not. I mean, maybe. We don't know. Maybe. It's possible. Maybe. I may dream the dream. It only lets you do one cell at a time? Yeesh. Yeah, they gotta have something better than that. Something that could do it on a larger scale. Like, you know what I mean? Kind of like the auto painters in Minecraft, where you can paint an entire, like, section of an area, like a whole biome if you want. It'd be the same thing, kind of. They'd have, like, different sections for different areas. Okay, we just need one more, and then that's this wall done. Oh, that would be cool if we had, like, differing, like, you know, 3 players go into an area and it's all different every time. That'd be so cool. Yeah, I agree. That would be neat. I'm one short. Wait, I'm jelly. It didn't let you. What do you mean it didn't let you build on the wrong side? What are you talking about, Rat? This isn't normally how you're supposed to build stuff? I don't need them. The supplies. I set the supplies up on purpose the way I did because the way that it works is it will pull from adjacent tiles, but it actually pulls from adjacent tiles in a very specific way. And I figured out a while ago that if you put the stuff a single tile to the left of where you are trying to build, and that goes from the other way in reverse, you can actually set it up so you can just build in a line right away, like all the way around. I figured that out during the CDDA wall run. You don't want to ever put the stuff on the tile that you're building on. You want to put it on the side on a tile that's adjacent. So, like for instance, these ones here. One second, I got crap in my inventory. Um, you want to do it one adjacent like this, so that you can just build it in a line and you don't ever have to stop. You just can keep going. So in this case, if you want to build a wall that's this way, you put the tile or you put the stuff you want to build on this thing and leave these ones blank. So I would be building here. And then so if I want to do this one over here, you do the same thing, but it's one tile side like this. And then you can just do it in a line, one right after the other. It saves you time in the long run. For things like if you're trying to do ridiculously long walls, like I've been known to do, um, that saves you time. Although lately it's been switching back and forth between which is better to like using the cut down trees and the mailing trees. Because there was one point where the cutting down trees thing didn't cause durability damage to your axe, which was clearly a bug. But and then there was the other one that I don't know. It's weird. I need clothes. There goes all of my my character's exertion. Pants, sweater. Yeah, that's. Yeah, I know. I hopped the fence. Big no. You're not supposed to hop the fence. Look, even all my muscle strain went away in preparation. My character's like getting ready for it. Are you ready to feel pain? Max muscle strain. There we go. Okay, we'll be doing this section next, but this section's not done for the dirty rags either. So. Yeah, it's about to probably. I gotta go get water. If I don't auto drink, is it less? Did they mess up the auto drink again? 'Cause it seems ludicrous. I feel like a high thirst character. Like we've drank so many liters of water, which is, I mean, in reality, you drink a lot of water, but that's different. That's reality. It's not the video game. I'm gonna drink like 8 liters of water in the game. That seems excessive. I am high thirst. They doubled it? Double. Why though? It's one of the more annoying mechanics because it directly affects your heat, which affects your fatigue, which makes you tired and just why? You've been joking that high thirst is now high thirst squared? Oh my goodness. I can't imagine anyone taking high thirst. The character would just implode. Could you imagine? They just have to like you'd attach your character to like you'd have to carry around a hydration pack, one of these pouches, and you'd have to have bottles of water on you just to offset that. It's ludicrous. That's just insanity. Like I'm tempted to go grab the hydration pack now, and my character is, you know, not high thirst, but is high thirst. Yeah, but that's because it's a video game. It's not because it's meant to be realistic. Because if that was the case, we would be drinking like 8 liters of water. Like, isn't it 8 liters? How many liters is it really for a human being? I don't remember. How much water a day? 3.7 liters to, yeah, roughly 3 liters to 2.7 liters, according to this weird WebMD website that I probably shouldn't take my figures from. So, roughly 3 liters of water a day. It's a video game. What level does jewelry level? You haven't started looking into it? I'm only collecting it for aesthetic purposes. Do not collect jewelry. It's not worth it. It lets you make gold keychains and ingots out of gold and a few other things. The XP values are not worth it. Don't bother. Unless you're wanting to make gold bars, which then kudos. That's what I'm doing it for. If I like, but I know that the XP is not worth. So don't do it. I'm gonna make 1,000,000 gold coins. Yeah. So everybody else in the rat race is doing 1,000,000 kills. I'm trying to find 1,000,000 gold coins. One million coins. Don't worry, we got this. But professional. What skill does it hit? Which it's blacksmithing. Or metalworking is what it's called. Which I really... Does anyone else wish they just named it blacksmithing? It's called blacksmithing in the code. Why didn't they just call it blacksmithing and leave metalworking alone? Oh, but because it's confusing, metalworking. Well, they renamed it welding. You're gonna be rich? I'm gonna be rich. Yes. Just because it's the apocalypse, I'm gonna start my own currency. It's gonna have a little van picture on it. In van we trust. Yeah, that's something else that kind of is annoying to me. That a little bit. Now I'm saying it out of like it's one of those respect things, but at the same time, why is there so many extra categories that don't really need to exist? 1, 2, 3, 4. Like carving and carpentry are the same thing. Knapping and masonry are the same thing. Metalworking and welding are, once again, the same thing. Ah, but they're different. They have variants. One requires propane and only allows you to do furniture. But why so specific? One of the books is called From Ore to Tool or something like that. I know it's niche thing to complain about, but at the same time, because like I mean, I like the fact that we're getting more. I like that portion of it. I give us more. I appreciate that, but at the same time, if I were being honest, it doesn't make sense, does it? Because if you look at the trees from each, although they've been separated, there's not a lot in them. Like if you look at napping specifically, it needs to be expanded like by quite a bit. Right now, it's like there's what, a handful of recipes. That's the thing, right? And I understand that it's the unstable build. I I very much get that, but it's like, and a lot of this stuff is for the future. I'm understanding of that, but if you learn to look at something like napping right now, and how many of these recipes require the chip stone? Let's see. Blue's flat stone, large stone, limestone, chipstone, 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 chipstone. I'm counting the flint nodules as chipstone, by the way. Chipstone, flatstone again, right? So how much of this is like, and is it really napping? Because I'm not banging my rocks together. I'm banging chipstones. The only recipe that allows me to bang rocks is this one. And I guess, yeah, like, I mean, it's to sharpen the flat stones and the chip stones and break down the limestone, but there should be more recipes with regular rocks. Because every other recipe with the regular rocks gives masonry or it gives maintenance. Think about it. A good example of that would be any of the recipes that make stone weapons. All of these give maintenance. Literally all of them, and they require maintenance, right? Because they're maintaining the weapon. That makes sense, kind of, right? I get their train of thought with that. That said, though, if you were to look at it like that, and then also, where is it? The whetstone. The whetstone is also a maintenance thing. So it's like strange, right? And there needs to be more, is what I'm getting at. If we're gonna have subsections like this that are essentially their own category, there needs to be expansion on it by a significant margin. You can't just have a subsection for like 4 things. Doesn't really make sense. Because then why is there a subsection? It's because in the future there will be more things. And I get that. I know that there's going to be boyering. It's just that I wish there was boyering now. Because I'd love to run around shooting zombies with arrows and have little chicken farm or turkey farm and, you know, make some fletching and. But that's because that's in my preferred playstyle. I like that stuff. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that you wouldn't even know it existed unless you had the proper like crafting inventory to do it in, right? Like if you didn't know that this plant rack existed, would you know that you can dry your plants? And that they then once they're dried, they do not they don't expire anymore. They're dried. They freshness is gone and they just are non-perishable. You wouldn't know that. Well, without going into this menu here and looking at the different things and then happening upon that based on reading the different stuff, right? Yeah, you didn't know that you could dry like the habaneros and the other stuff. Like where is it? Marigold. So most of the flowers, because you can turn them into teas if I recall correctly. I had not tried it, but like there's quite a lot of things you can dry here. And these are just the big one or the small ones. There's the large one that you can do like the wheat and stuff on as well. Yeah, it's not just herbal remedies, it's actually spices too. And stuff that you can put into beverages. Fun fact, they haven't looked at so I'm reluctant to say this out loud because I want this to stay in the game because it's but they haven't looked at tea yet. Tea is a non-perishable beverage food that you can create and it can be really good. I wanted to stay in the game, but at the same time, yeah. The spices that I have no use to use. Yeah, because you're just too busy eating that lovely stick of butter, right? Like, it's just like, what's the point in having all these cool things if their purpose is subverted by the other stuff like that? It's just there's no point in having it, right? It's just extra work that they had to the devs have used their effort to create that doesn't go anywhere. It's just like the whole jarring system. Can I just be honest about the jarring system? It's a complete waste of a system. That whole system is a waste. Outside of being a decorative system, why on earth would you trade your sugar and your vinegar in a jar to give you a you're trading a non-perishable sugar for to extend the life on your perishable food that you could just grow more of. So it just ends up being not worth it. That whole system would need a rework of the entire like food system in general. That or like if they made the non-perishables, they would need to both nerf them by making ingredients no longer being able to be ate by themselves. So like sugar would need to receive that same malu as the flour. So that would need to happen for butter as well. And then once they did that, they would also have to make it so that sugar and vinegar are both infinite. Like in terms of you grow sugar beets, you make them into sugar, and you can grow and create what is it, grapes and or what else was there for vinegar? But you create your own vinegar, right? That's infinite. So if you could do those two things, like then it would be more feasible to want to do that stuff. But yeah, it's basically you'd have to. I think we were discussing it recently, and then also we've talked about this before though. Is that like if there were buffs that your character received, or if they did like a like vintage story in a way. Because that's a good way to go about nutrition, kind of. You get punished for eating things to the same, but you have benefits if you like it buffs your character overall if you are eating variants. So to reward the people who are actually putting effort into their nutrition. That their nutrition system needs to be their number one priority. I don't think number one. I think fixing game-breaking bugs should be number one. So like that fishing animation bug, that one should be fixed, right? So that should be priority one, is to fix stuff like that. But that said, I do think it's important for the game. It's one of the core things in Zomboid is the nutrition system. Yeah, medical would be fun if you could like actually do like medical stuff. Could you imagine if you were like high enough level with medical, if a zombie bit you, if you could like not amputate, but like for a significant health loss, not I don't know, would you be able to react fast? I don't think so. Nah. You'd be infected and you'd be doomed. But like yeah. And I like the brutality of Zomboid. I like that aspect of it that Scratch can get you killed. But if the medical system was a little bit better, like imagine this. Imagine if your medical if this menu here could tell you a little bit more about yourself. Like when you see muscle strain, maybe you could see the timers coming down. Stuff like that with higher level medical. And then if they did, instead of leveling glass by jamming glass into your feet, if you could level it through like the same way as Braven's. I really like Braven's overhaul for first aid. I think it's really, really well done. Of course, that stuff's meta, I guess, though, and not part of roleplay. But Yeah, it'd be kind of cool to be able to see that stuff, like to be able to see the numbers, but at the same time, once again, that's not good for a role play value, right? Like the whole amputation thing would be an interesting idea. Oh yeah, if you could do the salve and stuff and it recovers everything quicker. See, that would be cool. Well, thank you very much for the raid. Do very much appreciate. Hopefully you're having a good day. I'm having a pretty good day. We're making progress and we're discussing stuff about what's it called? Nutrition in Zomboid. Can do a brief little intro, you think? Hopefully you're having fun. Moth raid. I'm going to choose to believe that you're related to Mothra in some way. Hi, by the way, Kermie. Hopefully you're having a good day. I can't just stuff 70 logs in the trailer. It's that, and it's also me carting the other stuff too. Like, trees aren't just logs anymore. Trees are logs, branches, saplings, wood splinters, twigs, tree branches, not just the large branches. Like, trees yield way more resources than they've ever used to, but yet somehow it's still not that good, right? Am I'm not wrong with thinking that, right? That it's still not that good. Cuz here, let's look at the loot gotten from this single tree, right? We received 4 logs, 1 sapling, 1 tree branch, 5 branches, 5 twigs, 1 splinter. So these two things are debris that are extra, right? Used for lighting fires or extending the life of a fire, which is fine. 5 tree branches. So roughly, you can turn these into a bunch of different things. Short bats, um, fishing rods, wood rods that can be used for other things. You can, I think you can turn one of these into, what is it, medium? Yeah, it's a 1-to-1 ratio on the medium, which then can be produce stakes as well. The sapling and the tree branch, it's like, okay, so that's 1 plank, and then these here are each 3 planks, right? So I don't know. It's the reason why I'm picking them up is actually just so that I can cart them and throw them away after, like some of them. And then cuz I don't want them to just sit there and eventually amount to a point where they can lag my game. Cuz there's going to be a lot of them eventually. Yeah, if you turn them into the packs of twigs, by the way, they burn less at less time than the separated twigs. I did the math on it at one point because I was curious. But here, I'll show it on screen for you guys to see. I don't have to do the math. It does the math for me. But if you look at... Where is it? A twig bundle, right? It's an hour and 20 minutes for the twig bundle, right? But if I unpack the 12 twigs, 12 twigs is an hour and 36 minutes. So you gain 16 minutes by separating them. I know you guys can't see it because I'm in the way, but you gain 16 minutes. So even the little bundles aren't really even worth it. The only reason why you'd want the bundles is because you can make a branch broom out of it for aesthetics. I'm not really sure what the branch broom is for. It doesn't really seem to be for anything at the moment, but I could be wrong. Yeah, large branches and saplings are top tier weapons, so you can't have, like, and that's the thing, right? But even really, they aren't, because one of the best weapons in the game still is the short bat, even after they nerfed it, and you get 5 of those. So why on earth do you get less saplings and less large branches? I just, it seems like the two-handed weapons are getting sort of shafted in a way. I don't understand why that is. They even nerfed the damage on the large stone axe when, in all honesty, like, yes, people were using it as a weapon because it kills like a one or two zombies, but those folks would find out very quickly that their exertion would get burned and they will die off. Like it's not, it doesn't make sense, right? By the way, I'm not trying to glaze over your raid, by the way. I do very much appreciate you. So hopefully you had fun and you had a good stream. And if you need self-care, it's just I'm on tangent and squirrel. Squirrel. Yeah, it takes level 10 to be good, but that's the thing is that you can make a lot of them though, and eventually you can get to 10. So it's like it's one of the better weapons in the game for sure. I I don't know if I'd say it's the best, but like I mean, because I'm a little biased though in the sense that I feel like the short blades are also very good because you get a lot of them too. But and then the spear is still decent. It's not build 40, build 41, run around and spear, but it's still pretty good. Because you can't just make a pile of 100 anymore. Yeah, I don't understand about Shortblade too. So you've seen it too, Rat. They're everywhere. Not just in mass, and then they also, which is great. I love that. That is a huge plus. But they're strange too. Yeah, once you get to that point, I still can't quite get there though. I'm a little short. Because you need napping 6 in order to make that one. But I have used it a little bit because I've gotten some of them and they're really, really powerful. Hello. You have access to a flint spawning biome? You mean like the road? Because I have the road, the highway. Or do you mean like the nodes that are on the ground? I can't mine the rocks because I need some kind of mall or so I need to be level 5, and because they accidentally broke the debris, I can't level my napping to 5 really quickly. I would have to go and run around and grab rocks and level it very slowly for 1500 more XP. Well, actually it'd be 1300. I think I've got some XP in it already. But yeah, cuz the stone debris has been accidentally broken. I can't it won't let me without having a maul, right? I need a maul, a club hammer, a pickaxe, or a sledgehammer, and I have none of those things. If only you had access to propane. I know that a large amount of my problems could be fixed with propane, but unfortunately, there is no Hank Hill selling propane and propane accessories. I'd have to go all the way to Doe Valley and look in that area for propane. I think they fixed the propane issues, though. Maybe. Yeah, I'd have to go all the way out there, though, and that's time consuming. I don't need to walk through time 16. I would just have to walk. There would be thousands of zombies, though. Do I have a mask? No. And no torch. Though in theory, I could get them here. I could forage them. Of course, that's an optimist. That's an optimistic statement. I could forage them here. Totally. I could forage them. I could also forage the propane tank. I could forge the propane tank. I could forge the... You know, while we're asking for it, let's ask for the Jenny Mag and... What else can we forage? Yeah, it rewards travel, but it also rewards staying in one area for like a long time. It almost punishes... Once you've established in an area, it almost punishes you for leaving. There's no wild trash piles here, unfortunately. There would be trash piles over down by the railway, but that area is crawling and I can't deal with it right now. At least they removed half of the zombie spawns from the railway, so that's positive. Half of the spawns are gone. Uh, yeah, if I could probably go over to find some trash pile somewhere, but it's like there's one trash pile there. Oh. It sounds so sad. There is only one trash pile there. Show me your map and I'll snipe a trash pile from you. Which one? This is there's trash piles. I think I know where there's some trash piles. There would be trash piles at Dixie for sure. I probably could sneak in over here somewhere. But I mean, the closest trash piles would be here, I think. I wouldn't like, but I would have to like completely go over all the way down there to deal with it. And this is busy. Like last I went there, it was fairly busy. I stopped at this point because there was a lot of zombies here. Yeah. I figured that this would probably be the best bet if I wasn't willing to risk Dixie. Dixie would be your best choice, though. You get more trash piles there. Especially by that diner. Diner almost always has a bunch of them. Eventually, my goal right now is to push to McCoy Estates just because it's the easiest place to kind of get myself situated in terms of being able to do blacksmithing wherever I want. I can go there, make a metalworking punch, and I think, right? Yeah, I'm metalworking level 2. And then I can just kind of make my own setup over here. Or wherever I decide that I want us to be. This isn't a bad staging area, though. If I'm not going to have animals. Which I'm not for a while. What am I, battling the trees? Like, no, I'm not battling the trees. No, I accidentally put these in here. I'm gonna go get another in-game sleep. Time to wage war. Yeah, I'm thinking about it. Like, Dixie is definitely on my list of want to do's. Like, for sure. It's between Dixie and McCoy Estates. The only reason why I want to lean towards McCoy Estates is because if I can get that metalworking punch and the tongs made, then I can make metalworking stuff here, and we can then have long blades. Because, well, long blades are fun. I like them. They're interesting. They're probably one of my favorite things that I got to level up when I was doing that Apocalypse playthrough. I gotta go to bed. Bedtime in game. Before we do that, though, let's just quickly. Either this has to tick down or this has to tick down, or this ticks up, this ticks down. One or the other. You're gonna base in Dixie in your normal run? Yeah, that's Dixie's one of the better places for sure. Or what you could do is you could base in Smokies and then like do your foraging in Dixie. Because it wouldn't be bad to base there. It's not far from distance, right? You could have like a little a storage forage outpost in Dixie, and then base at Smokies. The reason driving to forage, well, you'd go there specifically to forage for some days, and then you'd leave to let the foraging reset. You know, and then you'd base mostly in. I'm just thinking a place where there's water, right? would be better. Because there's no water by Dixie, is there? I think the closest one is that lake that Smokies has. At least I don't remember there being a pond. I don't need water. Rhett's playing a different version of Build 42 than everyone else. He doesn't need water. You know who I am. It doesn't need water. The reason why I'm not fast forwarding is because when you fast forward on an interior with claustrophobia, is it causes panic tier 4, which will prevent me from sleeping. So I don't mind doing it if I knew that, but we were on the edge of whether we could sleep or not. So I was like, eh. You got your first babies? Congrats. Try changing your frame rate before you fast forward? You can't be serious. Like to what? That can't be the reason. Here, so let's try. Let's do a couple tests then. So see tier 4, tier 4 panic. Frame rate. So my frame rate's up like 60. So what? Put it down to 24? Okay, we're at 24. 1 second. 94 frames. It did seem to go up a little slower, but it's still... You also lose it faster if you have higher frames. Which is strange. Why are so many things linked to frame rate? I suppose it makes sense that they'd be linked to frame rate, but it's like... It's bad coding. Is it bad, though? Or is it just a misunderstanding? Maybe it might be a misunderstanding. Maybe it's linked to frame rate because they expect everybody to be running 60 frames. But the game doesn't even get 60 frames when you're playing normally. It just doesn't. Like, see, I've got 48 frames. 52, 56, 29, like it's I don't know, it's weird. If they link something to frame rate, they made a bad choice. Yeah, like the zombie site's linked to frame rate. If you could somehow reduce your frames to 1, you could probably sneak past zombies. Maybe. Maybe not. It's still also a coin flip. Yeah, it also depends on the computer too, right? Because, like, I mean, if a computer's not very good, then it's never ever going to hit that, and it's just going to cause problems for that individual all the time. Yep, I did that thing again. I just had a realization that the cooking pot, that cooking pot that's in the game, the big one, right? It's 1.4 liters, right? But it shouldn't be 1.4 liters because if I were to have one of those kinds of cooking pots in reality, not that I'm only comparing the two, but just because I was thinking about thirst, right? I was thinking about thirst and I'm like, well, why maybe there's a reason that it's 2 liters. But then I was thinking about it and I'm like, what if I filled one of my cooking pots that I have in the kitchen, right? What if I filled it with water? How much water would that be? I was like, hmm, it would probably be roughly, I don't know, it would probably be a few liters, not just 1.4. And then I thought about me drinking that, like, how long it would take me to drink the whole thing if I were to try to drink it. And I was like, that pot of water probably would take, like, sate me for like a day and a bit. Probably. Like, because I have, hmm, like they're fairly big pots, and the pot in Zomboid is fairly large. I mean, it's almost the entire size of the torso of the character, right? So it's like, we added evaporation to them. Could you imagine? Oh my goodness, evaporation. Yeah, the game is meant to be a video game, not meant to be like too much real. And then you get into those sorts of thought processes when it is too real. The reason why I'm doing this in real time is I think there's a zombie over here. And for some reason, they're staying over there. So I'm going to try and cart as much of this stuff over to the road as I can, and then I'm going to go and have a look. Let's go have a look. I don't see any movement, so clearly there's not a zombie. Right? Because that's how that works. Mm-hmm. Totally. That's the best way. Don't trust that. If you don't, there's no zombies. Clearly, I don't see any, so that means there's none, right? Just like walk away from that area completely, come back. It's like swarming. Yeah. There's a deaf zombie chilling in the bathroom. That's actually one of the scariest settings to put on for the zombies, is them to have bad hearing. They are frightening. I actually think that an all crawlers playthrough also would be very difficult. And I argue that it would be more difficult than sprinters. Because sprinters, at least you kind of have to deal with them. They come at you real quick. Crawlers, they're just it's a different style of difficulty. All right, let's put up some more walls. The crawlers are faster than the shamblers. They are interesting for sure. It'd be funny to watch one of those kinds of playthroughs, though, I think. Yeah, one of the mushrooms went rotten real quick, and the other ones are all fine. That's it. 2 of the sinks are empty. Thankfully, though, we have the whole bathroom, neighboring bathroom, gas station bathroom, Nolan's. A corner left of this to do, and then we can move on. I must make 20 water collectors despite not having a tarp and not having a garbage bags. Yep, 20. I need to forage up some garbage bags, because finding them in the trash bin ain't gonna happen. Apparently there's a cleaver in there, though. That's awesome. Let's see. Another water bottle. Brochure. Yeah, there's nothing here. This place is empty. Let's try this trash bin. Well, and to be honest, couldn't we just grab this right here and like take the bag out and use that? Why do you need, you know? Is that not good enough? It's a plastic bin. And if these are not good enough, there's those metal circle bins, the tinier ones. Why are those ones not good enough? My reality's been rejected? Okay. I didn't input the proper form. That's right. I should have input in the proper form. My reality got rejected. It's okay. There's always next time. I can have a new reality. He put that like the screw in the bottom, you know what I mean, right? That screw in the middle of the bottom so that you could never actually like it's just like why though? It's it's like he drilled holes in the bottom. Why? Lids are a foreign concept. They don't exist. It's not meant to be. Not meant to be. Nope. Not allowed. No lids. Lids belong on tops of coffees. Nothing more. Oh, I hit that tree so hard that the axe head's gone. Oh, if we were in debug right now, it would say error, and it deleted the item. That's what happened. We lost the axe head. It's been removed from existence. Not that I wasn't going to remove it myself from existence, so it kind of saves me a trip, but... Gets deleted from reality. Remember, reality's not allowed. You don't think you've seen this the trees? And I'm trying to remove the trees. Gradually and slowly succeeding, I hope. Look how there used to be trees here. There used to be trees here, but now there's walls. This is your first time seeing the trees flower in Zomboid? Really? I've seen that happen before. Kudos. I'm glad that you're enjoying it. Like, I mean, it's happened before in my playthroughs. Ooh, could you imagine if there were actually like bugs and stuff that were not the lame ones that like if there was actually like flies and beetles and maybe. But there's a lot of animals that exist too, right? Like cows and chickens and stuff. So maybe mosquitoes would be like fogging over them. Ah, it would suck so hard. I am glad that I live in an area right now where those kinds of bugs don't really exist for very long. They can't. The area freezes over and they're gone. But we are actually approaching weather where we can expect to have some of that. Just not quite for very, you know. I gotta go grab an axe. This is my last axe, by the way. I don't have any more axes after this. I miss the fire axes. The axes are so slow. Metal working from scratch. What happened? Did a new patch come out and now metal working from scratch has been removed from the game? You can't yet? Oh yeah, you still can't. You need the metalworking punch, tongs, a bunch of other stuff. You can metalwork from scratch if you go over and use the forge over by the by McCoy Estates and stuff. You can't build your own though, not in the moment. It's like the only way. You gave up hope. They're never updating ever again. That's it. No more hope. It's gone. Hello. Thank you very much for the Prime sub. Do very much appreciate. Enjoy your ad for viewing as well as your frog emotes, as well as my appreciation and increase in channel currency. You get one of those on Twitch and you use it here. And I do very much appreciate it. I am currently still making a wall, but I'm doing okay. You can't because there's certain things that are held back. If you're trying to go from scratch, you'll be stuck at the metalworking punch. You won't be able to do it. Because the metalworking punch, you can make a bunch of stuff and level up, but you won't be able to make the things you need to upgrade to the next set of forges. You'd have to forage and do a bunch of other stuff. Oh, there's a mosquito topic in that. Oh no. Like true facts about mosquitoes. I don't know if I want to read these true facts about mosquitoes because I don't really like mosquitoes. I know they have use, but they're not one of my favorite insects. I don't mind them if they're not going to bite me, but they bite me, and it's not nice. There's a rule about insects and me, and that is if the insect is near me, I'm okay with it. But if it touches me at all, it's dead. Don't touch me. Same for spiders. This is a golden rule of you can be near me, it's fine, but if you touch me, you die. That's how that works. I'm sure I'm not the only one who has those set of rules. You have turtles? Yeah, but in order to mine, you need a club hammer or a maul, and a maul requires level 5 napping. So you would need to have level 5 napping in order to, which means that you got to grind napping for a long time in order to be able to mine. Yeah, they've definitely leaned heavily into the foraging, which is fine, but at the same time, it's a little bit much sometimes. Like the amount of foraging you have to do currently is it's wow. If you tune into any PZ stream that's currently playing Build 42, try to count how many are not foraging. At least at some point in their stream. This is me impossible. Everybody's foraging. The people that aren't foraging are the people that have survived like 3 years. And they don't need to forage anymore, outside of the rare circumstance where they want to grab food real quick. But yeah, from scratch, you currently can't make. You can make tongs and all that if you can get the metalworking punch, but you can't. So you can't make a metalworking punch. That's the biggest thing that's held back right now in blacksmithing. Outside of the rest of the levels that are required and a few of the other things, that's the big one. Yeah, that's true. Right, Red is right. You can't make sacks, although you can find them, and there are. If you get animal feed, um, you can get the animal. So you can't dump the animal feed out. You can make a crucible with the with pottery, but it's a pain in the ass. it's like it's like you need nails in order to do it, which means yeah, exactly what Red just said. You can do it, but you have to have nails, which means that you have to have already taken apart something, meaning that it's not from scratch. Which I mean, you can forge nails. I've forged a few nails in this run so far. Two, two whole nails in what is it? 9 months? Almost 10 months. We forged two nails total. Now, in saying that, the same odds are to forge a box, but and I just happened to forge the regular nail instead. Oh, did you update? Did you update your flowchart? Because you already sent it to me, and I agree, and it's definitely. Or are you talking to the other person? And you might not be talking to me. You don't know if you exported those ones? Okay. Because I remember I was reading that one I was on a bus. So I was like, this is kind of cool. At least I think I was on a bus. Or I remember being on a bus. Inventive just lowers the overall time it takes to like get the auto learn, doesn't it? Something like that. Yeah. Yeah, with loot we can easily accomplish everything. You can max your skills out real easy with loot. If you don't have loot though, even on these loot settings, it's doable. Like all we have to do is get into like the gated community. I had tongs and I think I had did I have a metalworking punch? I don't remember. I might not have. I think that might have been something that was holding me back. But I hadn't searched the storage unit, nor had I searched every single fireplace for blacksmithing stuff or sheds. I mean, we're getting very close. Oh, I let us go underweight. Darn it. We gotta go. I gotta go back to the fishing spot. Who knew chopping down thousands of trees? Well, it's not thousands. Hundreds. Why no traps? I have traps. They're over there. I don't have any veg to put in them. Oh, sorry. They're over here. Ta-da! Are cows supposed to be this OP? Yeah, they are. Currently. I still think that the nutrition system needs another hard look, but once again, we've already hashed that one out this stream, so I'm not gonna bring it back up. Not until tomorrow, maybe. Yeah. Rant in circles, rant in circles. No, I don't want to rant in circles. I already do that enough as it is, because you guys can manage to get me back onto the same tangents very quickly and very easily. You're very good at it. It's planned. You're getting like 2 sticks of butter a day? You should be getting more than that. Do you not have the bigger buckets? Or are you churning the sticks of butter in the same day? Just do one big bulk milk and of all the milk that you possibly can. Fill up a couple amphoras, and then on a rainy day do your butter churning. Because you're not going to be wanting to deal with the rainy day anyways, so probably. Unless you really like rain. If you really like rain, then, disregard. Yeah. You should be making way more than 2 sticks of butter a day. 10 liters? That's nothing. Those cows can produce ludicrous amounts of milk. Absolutely ridiculous amounts of milk. You'll have butter for days. If you ate nothing but butter. You gotta be careful, don't overchunk. Perhaps that's the thing. Perhaps I should advocate the usage of butter and maybe then it'll get nerfed. Maybe it's my aversion to butter that would keep it safe. I don't know. What do you guys think? Do you think it's my aversion? It's keeping butter safe? Because I don't like the idea of people wandering around with butter in terms of like eating it like chocolate bars? Rabbits are similar. You've upgraded to only eating cakes. See, that's the real zomboid dream right there. What do you eat? Cake. Every day I eat cake. Yeah, rabbits are insane. In Zomboid, pigs are insane, though. My 20k calorie rabbit. Oh, I overshot. Darn it. Because of the flowery trees, I missed my turn. Tell you more about pigs? I had my game nearly stop working because of pigs. So, be warned, pigpocalypse is a thing. So is chickenpocalypse. Be careful. Do not have more than 30. So, like, if you see that you have 30, cull half that horde. Cull half the herd. Yeah, no, you're gonna go from 6 pigs to 30. So, just so you know, if your animals are kept all together, make sure that the pregnant ones are taken away and put in their own little area until they give birth to their probably 12 piglets. Because they'll probably do about 6 each. Something like that. You're gonna have lots of pigs. You're about to have all the pigs. Enjoy. What have I done? Yeah, you just let two pigs be near each other for too long. That's nothing. My pigs, I separated them and they still somehow got pregnant. It's like the male pig snuck over. Create lots and lots of leather. Got your character walking around like a RimWorld character. Duster, cowboy hat, vest, leather pants. Could you imagine riding them or having them pull a cart? Oh, why can't the pigs pull carts? Pigs totally can pull carts. They totally can. Could you imagine making a little cart and having the pigs pull it? They totally can. Why doesn't that exist? I don't want a trailer. Yeah, pigs are really trainable. They're like dogs. We could have like a chariot. Somebody's in my head. Oh, could you imagine if they could dig for truffles? I'd be so happy. It'd be so cool. Well, back to this. Yeah, but I want the truffles for their oil. And then we could make some fancy stuff. Saf's Cooking has truffles. Yeah, and Zomboid, if they freak out, they'll just break the fence down. Yeesh. Big guy, yep. It's funny that it only lasts me like a couple of in-game days. Despite how absolutely gigantic this fish is and how it actually probably would last me way longer than a couple of days. This fish is that massive, by the way. It was minus 340. Slowly building up a stockpile of food. I like vintage story. I can agree with you. Kinda. Did they add cheese making? They added cheese cloth. I don't think cheese making itself is involved yet. Okay, our weight should be coming back up now. So we're at 76. We're no longer underweight. We should be steadily gaining now for a little while. Okay, I am going to BRB though for just a moment so that I can make myself another tea. As this is going to be... it's going to be a little bit. So be right back. Okay. The best weight gaining technique, yep, is heavy exercise. Oops. Nope. Interesting. I found a bug. Kind of. Bonds could use that. I should let Bonds know about that. I mean, he probably already knows about it. I'll still probably let him know though. It's something that's very fringe and wouldn't really matter for us here in the rat race, but this couch is no longer tangible on that side because when I went to rest on it, like because I clicked on it to rest, I where is even the rest option? Is the rest option gone? Oh, I fixed it, didn't I? Yep. So I went to rest and maybe how did I do it? I was transitioning into the rest state. There we go. I did it. So it's now I can travel through it. I bet you zombies can't. I would bet the zombies can't. That they would get stuck on it. There we go. One second. Yeah, so now it's solid again. See? Just to give it another. Yeah, so you just cut off the animation at the beginning. When you're about to sit down, when your character lines up to do the sitting down, you cut off the animation and it lets you through it. I bet you the zombies can't do anything about it either. But we'll see. I mean, you could give it a try and debug at some point and see if it does anything. Sitting on the ground seems to, and then resting on it seems to fix it so that it's no longer broken. Interesting. If you remember on Monday. Sure. There's no guarantee that I'll remember either. Here, I'll just do this. Let's see, where is this? There. One second. Two. I wonder how long it takes rabbits to run out of food and like run out of needs. Like if you kept them in a situation where they don't have needs met. Like a what are we at? 79? Nice. Getting there. Hey, it's Suey. Hi, Suey. I'm fishing. Hopefully you're having a good day. I'm having a good day. Getting some stuff done. That's good. Me too. I've got to finish the wall that I want to build in over at the crossroads, which I'm almost done. There's only a little bit left to build on it. Unfortunately, though, we dropped down to 75, so I was like, I gotta go and fix my weight. And so here we are at the fishing place. Fixing weight. And then I gotta go back, finish that wall. And then we can start considering pressuring. I want to do McCoy Estates before I do Dixie, but we'll see. It depends. McCoy Estates just because then I can make my metalworking stuff. Oh. I only ever catch the big fish. Because the game knows I want to get back out there. Yeah, we gotta go and grab some more of that. Let's put this over here. There we go. That is not how you swing a wood axe. That is wrong. It's very awkward. You would never put your arm in that way like that. No. Could you imagine? It goes nowhere near the blade. Never. Never ever. You kind of do an overarching swing, I think. Probably. Or at least I would have to do an overarching swing. I'd need the extra force to split the log. Instructions I clear. Carving. Instructions unclear. I accidentally built the shell. Help. Help me. I built a shell. Still my favorite. Accidentally built a shell. Yeah, I can go there. Oh, we're doing all that with the extra weight of the backpack. There we go. Only a couple more days of grinding this while I wait for my weight to come back. Poor Van. I think that I can actually hear where they stripped out the audio of this song. Their mixers for this one were not very good. I could do a better job. Still, sometimes you want to listen to a certain song, right? That's the whole reason why I added this instrumental form of this song on the list, was because I wanted to listen to it for a bit. Remind me of when it was popular. Let's go grab some water. That sink is now empty too. Kind of crazy the amount of yeah. Is sleeping. One more day and then we'll head out. Two really big fish to get our weight back up. And this is the optimal scenario. The less than optimal scenario would be us catching like 5 or 6 fish to get our weight up. But, you know, because they would all be like smaller fish. We happened to luck out this time though and get the big ones, so that's kind of nice. You can barely notice the strength XP that we're gaining. It's essentially like we're time skipping. But that level 7 strength will actually be pretty good. Did you know you can limit Steam's download speed? Yeah. Steam is very frequently likes to limit your download speed in general. But Um, I don't have quite the same issue, but at least currently. I'm assuming that I'll probably have some of that kind of issues in the future when I'm living with Emma. I'm confused a bit, though. You can manually do it, though? Hmm. I'll have to bear it in mind for when in the future if Emma and I are doing stuff. I'm not sure. I haven't shared internet for a very, very long time. It's been a. I set myself on fire building a magnesium fire starter. GTRP, and I can. Oh, that's fair. So you're like limiting it so that you're able to download a little bit, but not a lot, which is good. The My favorite ones of those is the accidentally built a shelf. Help, help, I accidentally built a shelf. I like that one because it's interesting. It implies that you can accidentally build a shelf. Yeah, I remember doing that kind of stuff too. That stuff was fun. Learning how to do that. Or compressing like when I was an account on the family computer, compressing everyone else's files so my stuff would run better. Yeah. I already have stuff like that, kind of. You can change my glasses and you can take off my hat. But I didn't want to give folks the ability to change my outfit because I like to get dressed in the morning. I don't need other people to get me dressed in the morning. Not yet, anyways. Maybe soon, but not yet. And like it's probably gonna be Emma. Emma would get me dressed in the morning. Yeah, you can take off my glasses and or change the color of my glasses as well as you can my hat, right? You can the hat. No stripping me down. I need clothes to be warm. Well, keep the warm in, I guess, because I am warm to start. I'm like a mini furnace. And then Emma's cold all the time. So we're really good together. Because Emma's cold all the time and I'm like almost always overheated. Reason being is because I lived in, well, I still live in like northern Canada and it's super duper cold out. So I would assume that that's why I'm so warm. Replace my clothes with comfy blankets. Oh, that reminds me one time of something silly that Emma did. I was staying over and I coiled myself up in one of those like blanket cocoons, and Emma couldn't get the blankets off of me. I was like, "Please, can you share?" It was like, but I was cocooned, so Emma went and played video games until I woke up. The cocoon protects. I don't usually do that though. I must have particularly been. I don't know. I'm usually a very still sleeper. I don't like to move around when I'm sleeping. A couple things, I guess, right? Tis important. I think Emma's learning. Emma learned how to make tea, so I'm curious to try Emma's tea when I get there, because that's something that Emma didn't know how to do before. Emma relied on me for tea, which makes sense because that is something that I'm really good at. And we learned recently that you can actually like wine tasters exist. There are tea tasters apparently. Might try and see if I can't get courses in that. Doesn't like tea. That's fair. Emma doesn't like most of the tea. Can you try my tea? I wouldn't mind, but it depends, right? Like, cause I can do all sorts of tea, so it's like lots and lots of kinds. You would have a plethora to try. Many pallets of tea. We could do tasters. It'd be like wine tasting, but with tea. That's something I'm gonna do with Emma eventually. Is we're gonna go to events and stuff. At least I hope. Emma's not really a social though. I'm social. Emma's not social. Emma is opposite. Emma is I wouldn't say reclusive because Emma does have friends, but you know, definitely enjoys alone time. Yeah, I'd love to do that as a job. That would be awesome. Although, like I said before, we'll probably try we'll try streaming as a profession here in the near future. Not yet though. Soon, but not yet. It might be possible. We'll see. We can chill on the opposite sides of the house together. Yeah, exactly. That's what me and Emma do. Kinda, sorta. We sometimes like when we were playing V Rising, Emma went off and made her own castle. I made my own castle. We'd meet up and do bosses, but we've got our own sides of the map. Sometimes we live together in games though. Like Emma was living in my house in Minecraft, but and she kept hiding signs everywhere with different puns and stuff on them, and little signs. Oh yeah, it's hanging out in the same room but doing different things is awesome. It's one of those like really nice and relaxing things that you can do. It's kind of like sitting on the opposite ends of a couch and reading books that are separate. Or sometimes you're reading the same book, you know? Almost there. This is where I'm at right now. It only cost a small forest. Okay, let's keep going. No. I did it again where I accidentally lost the item. That's it. That's all the axes that I have. I have no more axes that are of that kind. Can't chop any more trees. Not until the debris thing is fixed, or if I happen to find another flatstone in foraging passively while I'm not looking for them. That just means my entire south section's open for zombies to walk right in. Not a big deal. Time to wait for the patch. No, I'm not gonna sit here and wait for the patch. Although, like, tomorrow I'm supposed to do a little bit of variety, so, you know, we'll probably start up either RimWorld or we'll do Oblivion, one of the two. Haven't decided which yet. I can lose hope too. No, I'm not gonna lose hope. I might do Schedule 1 as well. I forgot that one existed. And they've had some updates, haven't they? Oh, maybe. I'll probably post a short poll for it in Discord. What am I looking in the crafting menu for? I need to be in the building menu. I can't lose hope, Rhett. I'm one of the few folks that doesn't have that function. I can be disappointed, but I can't lose hope. Well, I guess I'll have to go kill zombies then. There's no other alternative. I've got to wait until we find another stone. Oh, I've got some knives and stuff, though. Well, sort of. I've been sieging down towards Dixie because they keep coming up. So, but you're right. I should probably go towards Estate. They keep bugging me, though. I'd be surprised if we could go straight there. Because this whole section was coated with zombies earlier. I should run back and grab my Spiffo. Yeah, I don't know what the helicopter would have done either because the helicopter wasn't anywhere near it. But, so, because my helicopter went off over here. So, it still would be in range, kind of. But, it's hard to say. Because they get stuck, don't they? There's like a bunch of water. But some of them would leak out, probably. Because I know it doesn't show it, but McCoy, yeah, the water goes mostly all the way around. So that a lot of those zombies get stuck in there. Some might leak out, though. It's really hard to say. This area wasn't this clear before, though. I don't know where all the zombies have gone. This is a concern. There were zombies here before. And there aren't any now. What if it's like multiplayer and they suddenly appear? That happened to Lamprey once. And I've seen it happen one other time. So if it happened to me, I would be shocked and then I would probably die. Probably. Depending on where they were when they suddenly appeared. I seen that happened. It was during the clear the whole map run for him. I hope he's doing okay with whatever he's up to. I know he's doing his military stuff. Hopefully he's alright. Now, he nearly died. Because he was driving in there and then suddenly there were zombies everywhere and he barely got out. What's that? It's a frog noise. Ribbit. Okay, the fact that it's all the way clear all the way up to this point is kind of a concern. Take the blue glasses off and then put them back on again. Okay. Like that. And then that. Happy? Okay. Unlimited power. I guess. Yeah. Rhett, if this area is completely clear, if the zombies wandered off for some reason, I'm blaming you. You get all the blame, just so you're aware. You're like, I mean, we're on the same page for this, right? It's your fault that they left. You put out a flyer that had Rhett's barbecue, and the zombies all went over there, and they're like, yes, we want some Rhett barbecue. That's what we want. This whole area just clear. Could you imagine? This better not be, I swear. There better be zombies soon.
Hey! Hey!
I don't hear any zombies yet, but usually I'm reluctant to do that, but because it's bad practice, but it's a good point. Why is it bad practice? Because pinpoint hearing and I don't know where the zombies are in this area. They could be anywhere in this forest line, which means if I yelled over there then and walked away, zombies could fill up that area behind me and then I'm forced to run through the trees. Bad practice. But at the same time, eh. It's fine if I know where the zombies are. Bad if I'm not, bad if I don't. And in this case, I don't. I have no idea where they are. I'm actually really nervous right now, walking into this. Watch it be a pest event, and there's nothing. Not a single zombie anywhere. Did they? They couldn't have. They couldn't have. They couldn't have killed this heat map, could they have? There's a dead zombie here. Okay, I didn't kill this one. I didn't do that. It's still got some heat map. You're being very ominous. I didn't bring a sleeping bag. Because I didn't expect to get this far. I remember dying 3 seconds later after crashing into a tree. How fast were you going in that vehicle? Sorry, sneezed. 90? Oh, you had a neck laceration with no bandages. That's the worst. You have to basically immediately rip something and bandage it, otherwise it's over.
You're amazing.
I'm looking for the follow. How much does it take to make a lean-to? Five long sticks. That's 5 long sticks too many. Make a log couch. Oh, you mean a bench, don't you? Is it actually called the log couch? Yeah, this could work. Is it better sleeping? Just out of curiosity. How much is it poor or is it average sleep? If it's average sleep, that means it's better than the lean-to that you have to spend like so many resources crafting. It's the same. They both suck. Okay, well, I mean, one takes half the resources than the other. I gotta find a log, which is kind of difficult in the forest. I'm struggling right now. There's one. How are you getting sad while you're asleep? That single watch that I picked up, that one watch happens to have an alarm. Of course it does. Why wouldn't it? The one watch I happened to pick up. Yep. I didn't check it this time. So it has to have an alarm and it's got to go off at an inconvenient time. Okay. Yeah. Is there a Z? It's one of the default ones, isn't it? Actually, well, yeah, you know what? I'm just gonna leave it as a Z. Shoot watches on site. I like to stock them though. Food, please. Food, please. Sure. These mushrooms are giant mushrooms. I haven't played Minecraft in a while. Mushroom. You milk the mushroom and it gives you soup. It's a strange thing that happens when you milk the mushroom. It should not give you soup. You get soup rather than strawberry milk. Could you imagine? Why isn't there strawberry cows? Why can't we hybrid a cow with strawberries? We should be able to by now. Science has failed us. Where's the strawberry cows? Cream of mushroom? Yeah, pretty much. That's what you'd expect. But nope. You forgot to start strawberries? Are you gonna go do it now? Rhett, do you have V Rising? I'm just curious. You should call her? Okay, this isn't none. Well played, zombies. Wait, your clothes are like new. One hole. One hole. No holes in the jeans. Work boots are brand new. Brand new boots. You don't understand. Every zombie has holes in their shoes. Every single zombie. They all have holes in their shoes. Did you see her clothes? She's in the middle of the woods. How did the clothes survive? There goes another weapon. I don't remember if these actually break down or not. That's cool though, to see somebody who has brand new clothes. I'm tempted to take the pants off, because when am I ever going to see pants like this again? These are fine, but... How many? Not as many as you'd expect, though. We do need to rest. Our arm hurts. Exertion. Exertion's less. I'm slowly running out of weapons, though. I don't have any more. What do I do? Hear me and my pointy stick. That's all I have left. Yeah, I don't have anything left. That's it. We're out. I mean, I could use this, but no. I could grab a rock. I could grab a branch. Nah, I don't want to. We didn't even really make it to the gates, I don't think. Like, we were still a ways off, which means that there's still decent-ish pop there, at least somewhat. I'd want to come back with a bit more of a staying power. You're personally Mal. Kudos. Okay. Dude. Okay, now I killed that one. But it's not because I did, you know, he was dead before. He reanimated. I even looted him. Took an item off him. I don't remember which one, but something. I think he's took. Did I take his watch? And his watch was the one that went off? Probably. Yes, we're making progress. I'm gonna walk out of here. What's up that way? Nothing. There's a rabbit there, sitting there, just chilling. I could keep going that way, but I just want to go home at this point and relax for a bit. Because I don't have weapons at the moment and would like to have a little bit of a sleep. Dixie's a little closer than McCoy Estates as well, so that's like another reason to go there. It's like I don't know. I'm flip flopping between the two at the moment. I would need to set up a better staging area for McCoy Estates. I think because it's pretty far. Because right now we're where? Yeah, it's definitely a lot further than. Um, can you though? Is it worth it? So you mean like relacerating or, you know, McCoy isn't worth the hassle? It's only worth it for me to get my foot in the door on metalworking. That's the only reason I want to go there in the first place. It's not super important. But we have taken pretty much the whole crossroads. Okay, that's interesting. So you can like re-injure to get a lighter injury if you know your first injury is pretty bad. And you could maybe discern that through the pain values? Maybe. The possibility at the very least. Maybe. Yeah, so you'd need high first aid. Still, it's not the worst. Your couch trick, though? Absolutely, it's just a meme. What happens? Do you get eaten? Did you test it? Do you just get eaten, or does everybody go through it? Seriously? They lose their pathfinding to you. That's hilarious. That's really funny. They can't target you, so it's like standing in furniture in the other ways that you can do that. Because there's a handful of ways you can force yourself into furniture. So we discovered another one. +1 to discovery of how to make your legs intangible. Yeah, they can attack it if you move it, but what if you don't move it? Like I didn't move that couch, so they just can't. They just are not able to. Couch is too strong. They just give up. That's funny. They just like zombies just give up. Could you imagine? Their legs are in the couch. We can't do this anymore. Their torso's in the table. Nope, that's it. I'm done. Then they just lay down on the floor and they're just like, no, I can't do this anymore. Building couches wouldn't work because they would attack it. So it can't be player constructed. That's the trick. Is that They give up if it's not player constructed. I wonder if that works in multiplayer in Build 41. Probably it wouldn't work in Build 41, but you know what I mean, right? Multiplayer. Because then somebody could come save you while you're in like a safety, like if you're. I suppose it wouldn't really. Yeah, it wouldn't work out that way, would it? It's so niche. I think I'm gonna go and have a look at Dixie and see how bad it is as well while we're at it. A trash farmer? No. I will look in the trash for items for fun, but it's like I'm not gonna go there every day looking for items. And just like look at the game's response to me deciding that I might go to Dixie. The game's like, you know what? No. Fog. That's what I get in response to my thoughts of, oh well. And just think, I could have been out over by McCoy Estates as well with this level of fog. Yeah, they are good items. I know the trash piles are great. I'm just annoyed with them for not giving me a generator mag in one of my playthroughs. I know it's a long shot, but like I mean, I receive generator mags in the forest more often than I receive them in the trash piles. I guess I'll go and craft some items then. No point in trying to wander out like this. Hello. How's the rat race going? It's going pretty good. Making some progress. Currently, I am grabbing a batch of branches so that I can continue to craft stuff during my in-game day so that it's not completely wasted. Right now, I think I'm going to level carpentry to 5. Like gradually, I'm not doing it all in one go. Okay, how was today? It should be able to... I don't know. Let's go and see how Dixie is. Now we've got weapons. At least a couple. Let's see how far we have to travel in order to bump into zombies. Oh, not very far at all. Okay, so we know that zombies are up to this point here. And that I know for a fact there's some zombies here, and that they got to here. Okay. These zombies are closer to home. Nice. Looks like we've already made Dixie a little mad. Yeah, it's interesting. We're gonna start running back though, because we were kind of low in terms of time in the in-game day. So it feels to me like that's part of Dixie. I wonder if Muldraw moved into Dixie or Muldraw is north of where it normally is. I don't know how much has been pulled. Because remember, we had 2 car alarms in this area, as well as I honked the horn of the car several times. So it's hard to say, really.
You're amazing.
Thank you very much for the follow. Do appreciate. Okay. Well, we did complete quite a lot more of the wall, so that's positive at the very least. Like, we've got most of this stuff under control. I've just got a small portion to do, but I don't have enough axes at the moment to finish that off. Probably work on short blades here in the near future, as well as a few other things. Mm. There we go. Okay. It for me for today, though, for now. I'll wrap it up there. I made some good progress. We got most of the wall up. I think it's solid. Anyways, let's raid out to somebody. I'm not sure whom. We will find somebody, though. Yes, it is time for food. Let's see. Oh, we can raid Claire. Because Claire is in the same area as we are, except Claire has to deal with a helicopter much closer to Muldra, and you guys can see the alternative. Like, you can see the sort of... Yes. To run into the estate. But yes. It's been my pleasure as always. I will see you guys next time. Ta!